Call the meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Counselor Corn?
Here.
Counselor Arnold?
Present.
Counselor Sanchez? Somebody's computer.
I don't know who did it, wasn't me.
Counselor Foster? Counselor Oropesa?
Here.
Counselor Corn Best?
Here.
Counselor Perry?
Here.
Counselor Moore? Counselor Halverson?
Present. Oh, shoot.
Halverson.
Oh, sorry.
Heldenbrand.
Present.
Mayor Jennings, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Okay, if we would rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, if we could have Ms. Arnold, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and Councilman Perry would do the invocation?
Allegiance to the Most gracious Heavenly Father, we are thankful, Lord, to be in Roswell, New Mexico this evening, Lord. We are thankful for your blessings upon us. I pray for those in our states right now that have been in harm's way and have had damages because of the fires. Lord, would you just be with them, strengthen them. Lord, I pray you be with those that are protecting our nation across the lands, Lord. This evening, Lord, as we make decisions, Lord, help us to make decisions that are best for the constituents here in Roswell. Make us better, for we ask all these things in Christ's name. Amen.
Next, we have for approval of the agenda, I believe Councilman Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And for the record, if we can add Councilor Moore to the record at 6:03. Mr. Mayor, at this time, I make a motion that we approve the amended agenda that we have before us, with a few changes. If everyone can just watch diligently with me. We have a couple of quasi-judicials this evening, which are numbers 25 and numbers 26. Both of these being quasi-judicial, they actually should be in the appeal and hearing and public hearing portion. So my motion is to, let me make one other thing, and then I'll make the amendment. Number 27 is the selection process for 928 Davidson, which is for the library. That should actually be below 21 right before we get to ordinances, because we're going to be considering then the public hearing for adopting the ordinance, which would authorize the sale of the real estate. So it doesn't make sense to hear the former last. So we'll pull. I'm going to make a motion to change those. So, Mr. Mayor, my motion is to adopt and approve the amended agenda has been presented, moving items 25 as now appearing as 3A, 26 being now assigned 3B, and then number 27 now appearing as 21A, with all else as printed.
Is there any discussion, any opposition to the motion? Seeing none, it will pass unanimously.
Second.
Need a second?
Oh, need a second? Oh, sorry. Okay, we have a motion by Councilman Perry and a second by,
I'll second it, but my
nope. So, yeah, Councilor Ed Hillebrand had already seconded it, so we have that. Is it easier just to vote, or do you want to?
Voice vote.
Voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? passes by 9 in the affirmative. Does anyone, is Councilman Foster, if you see him on there, please let me know, okay? So we can add him to the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
if I could just very quickly, I would like to make a consideration. For those who can't see our agenda here, we have 671 pages to go through tonight. I recognize we have some formers out in the audience who recognize that we can have some lengthy meetings, but I don't think I've ever seen a 671-page docket to try to take care of. With that being said, Mr. Mayor, in our governing rules of order that was passed some time back, there's some things in here that should likely be changed. I agree with Councilor Orpesa, they should be brought back up to be looked at and considered. One of them in here would be under Section 7I, number 4, which is after a motion has been approved in a second. Then it says the item is presented by staff or others, followed by questions and discussions by the governing body. Previous years before, the custom was for the person who made the motion to make the motion, then it was seconded. Then it went back to the person who made the motion to make a brief explanation from the council, and then any questions or concerns from council could then be directed. Councilor Moore, Councilor Orpesa, Councilor Corn could call up any staff or anyone to ask the pertinent questions. But everything that's on here practically has been heard in committees and has had that process of going through the presentation. So I would at this time like to make a motion that we suspend Section 7, paragraph I, and then sentence 4. The item is presented by staff or others, followed by question and discussion by the governing body. I would like to see that suspended for this meeting, if there's a...
Second.
Do you have a page number for that? Just,
Resolution 1765.
okay. Okay, we have a motion and a second to,
Just for everybody's understanding, a motion to suspend the rules requires a supermajority, so 2/3.
2/3 of those present or 2/3?
2/3 of those present.
well, we only have 9 present at the present time, counselors.
So effectively 6 would do it.
Okay, if there are any further comments, if the clerk could call the roll.
Do a roll call. Counselor Corn? Counselor Arnold?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez? Counselor Oropesa?
No.
Counselor Corn? Best?
Yes.
Counselor Perry?
Yes.
Counselor Moore? Counselor Halverson?
Yes.
Counselor Heldenbrand?
By a vote of 8 in the affirmative and 1 in the negative, the motion is passed. So, let's see. So non-action items, we have a presentation by Councilman Perry and Nava, and Mr. Nava on item 2 on the
Yes, Mr. Perry, and if I could just ring it, as we are at this time going to have a presentation by the Hispano Chamber. It's their annual report. The City of Roswell entered into an agreement with the Hispano Chamber of Commerce where they would focus efforts on business retention and economic development services as well as recruitment services. And per their current contract, the Hispano Chamber is to present their scope of work efforts for fiscal year 22, as well as include a disclosure of the Hispano Chamber of Commerce financial status, their profit and loss actuals versus the budget and salary, and the operations conducted during the preceding year, planned future operations, and other information necessary in an annual report to present to the City Council. So I welcome Mr. Nava at this time.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, distinguished audience, and those of you watching us online. Our board president is out of town on business, otherwise she would be here. our immediate past president relocated to Las Cruces. With me, I have our Chamber's treasurer, Mr. Alex Urquido. Tonight, we're here to present our 2021-2022 annual report to the City Council and to the residents of the city of Roswell. I'll start out by saying, muchas gracias, or in other words, thank you very much for all your kind support. I will be covering, that was my introduction right there. I will be covering these 7 topics will give us a synopsis of what we were able to accomplish during this past year and what we want to do the following year. In case I forget, at the end of my presentation, I welcome your questions. The Roswell Hispano Chamber of Commerce has served our business community for 35 years. Over the years, the Chamber's leadership has strived to improve economic development, foster an environment for tourism, and provide educational support. Our Chamber is a coalition of businesses and community members interested in promoting a good economic climate and quality of life. Our mission statement is to promote and develop economic, cross-cultural, and social growth. You will see that through our 4 areas of focus, our committees, we are attempting to fulfill our mission. Along with our mission statement, our vision statement for the Roswell Hispano Chamber of Commerce is to be known and recognized as a premier resource in commerce and community growth. Don't promise more than you can deliver, and deliver more than you can promise. Since many of you are new, congratulations. Please allow me to share a little bit about myself. In 2007, I moved from California with my family to Roswell to become the Scout Executive CEO of the local Boy Scout office. Within 7 months into the job, I was asked by the National Council, Boy Scouts, to become the National Director of Hispanic Initiatives, promoting scouting in the Hispanic community across the nation. It was a 3-year commitment that turned out to be 12-year experience. During those 12 years, I commuted Dallas-Roswell, Roswell-Dallas. At time, my commute was only an hour and 15 minutes. Other time, it was an 8-hour drive. We did not move because our 3 children enjoyed living here in Roswell. They enjoyed their school. They all graduated from Goddard High School in white. 2 of them were valedictorians in their class. After 31 years, I retired from the Scouts. On March of 2019, the Roswell Hispano Chamber of Commerce offered me the position of the Executive Director, which I am glad I took the job. Please allow me to introduce our Chamber's leadership. Chamber President is Alma Salas, born and raised in Roswell, graduated from Eastern New Mexico University Portales with a bachelor's degree in mathematics. Alma has been with Pioneer Bank since 2010 and is the Director of Retail Branch Operations. Our treasurer here with me today is Mr. Alex Urquides, owner of Amigo Tech Services on South Main Street. Secretary Manuela Ramirez, and 4 other board members, Alice Palma, Maria Alvarado, Alejandra Garcia, and our newest member, Pedro Gallardo. We are currently vetting 3 other prospects. During my 31 years of working with the Boy Scouts, I had the opportunity to work with numerous boards. This board is second to none. They loved our city, they are successful businesses, they understand our community, and are hard-working members. By the end of the year, our goal is to have 11 board members. We don't just want lots of heads to count, we want heads that count. This past weekend, we put on a free event to the public. Fiesta Cinco de Mayo, 2022. The Sheriff Department estimated that in the 2 days of the festival, we had about 10,000 attendees. Besides the huge attendance, I am thankful that it was a safe, fun event. We were honored that our new mayor, Mayor Jennings, made a presence. I introduced him to various vendors. I could see in the eyes of our vendors that they were thrilled to meet him. Let's take a look at some pictures. I enjoy seeing the mayor connecting with the people. Thank you, Mayor Jennings, for attending. Let me show 2 short clips of some of the actions going on. This is a group of young dancers with Folclórico Así Se Baila. Here's one more. This is just a crowd listening to a great concert. Those 2 evenings we had 4 performances by local musicians.
Alguien de la pollera colorada. Alguien de la pollera.
I like to see young people keeping in touch with their culture, because I know that when they get older, they will continue to do so. The picture of the 4 players, and in the middle is our council president, are 4 students from Roswell High School. They call me, begging me an opportunity to let them play. They had tried to play in different places, and no one would allow them to do so. I had a spot for 2. I had 2 spots that I needed to fill, and I immediately told them yes. And we paid them for their performances, and they were thrilled to get a check. Students from Roswell High School. These are our 4 committees: educational and cultural. What we like to do is collaborate with different organizations. We collaborate with Roswell Independent School District. Last couple of weeks ago, I was asked to go into the high school, Gutter, and speak to the Spanish class about the importance and benefits of being bilingual. I gotta tell you, I enjoy doing that, and I hope they ask me back. Just recently, we signed a partnership with the Independent School District to mentor, to work with 4 elementary schools: Nancy Lopez Elementary, Mesa Middle School, Sierra Middle School, and University High School. We collaborate mutually, we help each other. With Eastern New Mexico University Roswell, we provide input to the university's strategic plan. We also provide 2 scholarships to students in need. We work very closely with the public library. I'm also part of the board, and this is one of my favorite activities that I get to do. With the library, we started working on the Dia de los Muertos, the Day of the Dead, celebrated November 1st and 2nd. But because it hasn't fallen during a weekend, we actually end up doing the event on almost Halloween Day. But it's different than Halloween. It's completely different. We honored those that have gone before us. This past year was the 3rd year that we did it, and we report the library reported in their newsletter that over 600 people attended this one-day event. I venture to say that some of the people that went there would not have been able to go otherwise into the public library. But they went because they had something that they can relate to, and they want to keep in touch with their culture, and they want to remember those that have gone before them. When the Roswell Hispano Chamber of Commerce gets asked to help, we respond positively. We work twice a year with the Keep Roswell Beautiful in projects of picking up trash. We gather volunteers to help. We believe very much in baseball. I try to help our own Roswell Invaders because I believe that that stadium should be full of people. Mexican people from northern Mexico, which is pretty much what we have here in Roswell from the state of Chihuahua, Durango, and other northern states, they love baseball. Not so much soccer. Baseball is their thing. So I try to promote baseball and have them attend those games. I'm a board member of the United Way Roswell Public Library, Rotary Club, not because I'm Marcos Nava, but because I am associated with the Roswell Hispano Chamber of Commerce. We're looking for ways to add to our income. We want to add a night of pozole and loteria. This is the Mexican bingo. I think we can do a lot of good here by promoting Roswell and using the alien theme in the loteria, and we want to do that. We did it last year, and we had a good start, but we can do much better. We're also looking into having a sister chamber city from Mexico, a city of our size near the border that we can work with and have them bring their wares here to one of our 2 events that we have here, the Cinco de Mayo or the Piñata Festival in September. The other committee that we have is membership finance. Membership is something that we need to do. It's a year-round focus. We know that we need to grow membership, and we want to make sure that we have other funding available. We started a new mailing campaign, and I will probably report soon to you what is the outcome of that. We're looking at maybe having an enchilada-thon, having people come to either the courthouse lawn or somewhere, maybe why not here, and just have enchilada for X amount of money, all the enchilada that you can eat. Just looking for ways to make extra money. We will have various workshops and tardeadas for our members to become better business owners and to network. We have partnered with the Small Business Development Center from Eastern New Mexico University, Roswell. He has done some seminars. Mr. Scott Butcher has done some seminars with us for our business members, and we want to do that and continue to do that. We also are collaborating with West, and they will share with us some of their financial lessons so that we can pass that to our members. We will continue to have tardeadas, which is our networking opportunity to our members. We are proud that we committed and to provide at 2 scholarships to Eastern New Mexico University here in Roswell to 2 students in need. These are funds that have come from an anonymous donor, and he's committed to do that on $1,000 yearly. I think the Cinco de Mayo, Piñata Festival, Dia de los Muertos are our signature events, and we will continue to do that. Roswell, keep Roswell clean. We want to do that. We've done 2 events with them, and it's something that our members enjoy doing, our chamber board enjoys doing, and I think that's something that we want to keep on doing. You know, we motivate people by coming and participating, which is the good American motivator, food. We have a restaurant owner that gives us a coupon at a very low cost, and we say, come and help us, and we'll give you this coupon to have enchiladas, tacos, whatever you want, and it seems to have worked. I'm very proud that we have collaborated and have a very good relationship with the Catholic Church. Father Juan and my good friend Juan Carlos are excellent to work with. This September, we plan to have the Piñata Festival. It's going to be September 16th, 17th, and 18th. Please come, you're invited. We will have the entertainment, we will have piñata breaking, and we will have the taco and jalapeno eating contest. On Sunday morning, we're going to have a Catholic service. Come, you're invited. It's going to be a fun event. I think one of the strings that I have bring here to the chamber is being able to build bridges with other organizations, work with other organizations, and keep each of them working with each other. I think that's the way we get stronger. Our partnership have grown tremendously. We are proud to have a working relationship with these organizations. We hope to continue to grow the list. We know that having numerous partnerships will facilitate our ability to help our businesses, community become stronger. As our business community prosper, so does everyone else. This past week at a City Hall meeting, I gave some wrong data. Please accept my apologies. In the next slide, I'm going to show you the correct numbers. We have our membership. I actually took the time to cut off, not if they're coming, they will come, this is new, let's count them. I cut it off, and we are we started at 105, and then I cut up 222 more, so currently we are 82 members. Our annual income is $56,000. $30,000 comes from you, from the city. $26,722 comes from three sources. Comes from business and corporate giving, membership fees, and special events. We have just retained Maeva Head Cox to do a financial review. We have a letter of engagement signed by our chamber president. That review will be completed on or before August 31st. Just want to let you know that our checking process, the way we pay bills and how we draw checks are very tight. They're very secure. Each check requires 2 signatures. Our accountant, our treasurer, draws the check, and then he gives it to me, and I go around and I look 2 other members that are signed up to sign the checks. And that's the only way those checks are cashed, are signed, are given to the people. We pay our bills when we get them. Not 30 days, not 60 days. When we get the bill, we pay them. We are solid, we're in the black, we have no long-term debt. We are proud of that. Thank you for all your support. But more important, thank you for what we will be doing together to make Roswell a better community. Are there any questions? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
It was a real nice event. It was very good on the courthouse lawn. It was a lot of fun. Any further questions? Councilman Halverson. Woman, sorry. Counselor.
No, I just want to say I've worked with you for many, many years, and I know you guys are passionate about supporting the community, and I appreciate everything you guys do.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Council Lady. Any further comments? Thank you very much, Mr. Nava. It was really fun. You know, I would encourage everyone to attend your events there. It was a lot of people there. It was fun. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So now, next we have on the list is people who have signed up to speak on agenda items. And I would probably On the, we have on agenda items, we have, item 3 would be our next item on here, so we would have item 3 and item 3, which will have 25 and, item 25 and 26 in it have been moved up, and item 3. So if I would, do we want to go through all agenda items, or do them as they be the pleasure?
Mr. Mayor, it may make sense to have people come up and speak on the item when the item comes up.
Yep. Okay, and that'll be fine. Okay, then we'll go to item 3 on today's calendar.
Mr. Mayor,
Perry.
these are going to be, this is going to be a public hearing, and because, because this is sort of new to everyone, maybe it'd be a good thing to have Parker just make a brief explanation, very brief, just to help us better understand what we're about to get into, and then I'd be glad to make a motion.
Very briefly, I will talk a little bit about public hearings just because it is somewhat new to a few of you. In your normal capacity, you're working as what's called a legislative body, which means you're making the laws, and in doing so, you can kind of use your personal beliefs and use all the knowledge and everything about you that makes you you, and bring all of that to the table and use your judgment to craft the best policy and the best rules for the city of Roswell. That's your legislative function. When you're doing a quasi-judicial function, however, you're no longer operating in that capacity. You're now acting more like a judge sitting in a courtroom, more than you are like a legislator sitting, in Congress or something. And so as a judicial entity, you're taking a case, okay? You're taking a specific issue and you're gonna decide the outcome of that issue. So you're not, because when you legislate, of course, you're talking very broadly about how this is gonna affect the whole community. Here, you've got a particular case. You've got to take a law that you have and some facts that are presented to you in this hearing and apply them together to produce an outcome, right? And so, and I'll just go next one. Okay, so part of that is procedural protections, meaning that the people who have a direct interest in the outcome, so for example, the applicant for a permit or the owner of a property that's subject to a condemnation resolution, those kind of people who are directly affected by it have the right to come up here and say their part about it, to present you evidence, to hear the other side's evidence and present counter evidence and do all those things. They are entitled to do that in this hearing. Because it is a judicial hearing where the interested parties present evidence, you are cabined in. You have to take the evidence that's presented and use that evidence itself. You can't say, well, I already personally know this about this situation. You have to put that aside. And that can seem obtuse at times because you're saying, well, I know that this is true, so I can't ignore it. But the idea is that in a judicial proceeding, we have to set those aside because that's fairness to the parties who are presenting the case to you. They're saying, this is my case. And the other side says, well, this is my case. And you consider what that is. You don't get to go out and make something else up that you heard somewhere else because that's not fair to the parties presenting the case. The other aspect of that is that, like I said, when you're deciding rules for ordinances and resolutions, you base it on what's your personal beliefs about what's best. When you're doing a quasi-judicial hearing, you have to take the law as it is, whether you agree with it or not, and apply it to the facts. And there's an outcome that's determined by that. And so it's a much more specific process. With that, I'll skip the next part. I was going to just kind of gloss over these condemnation appeals. Basically, really quickly, y'all pass a resolution condemning a set of properties, basically saying that they are either ruined, damaged, or dilapidated, or the premises is covered in ruins, rubbish, wreckage, and debris. Once you pass that resolution, city staff serve it on the owner. They have 10 days to appeal that. And if they do so, then the city council has to set a hearing, consider the evidence, and then determine if the resolution should be enforced or rescinded. And of course, with all these quasi-judicial matters, if the party that's affected does not agree with what you've done, they do have an option to appeal that to the district court and get consideration before the district court. If the owner fails to address the issue within 10 days, I think it is, after either the resolution's passed or the case that they've appealed is resolved, then the city can go in and take care of that situation, and then they put a lien on the property for the amount of what that costs the city to remediate that. The question presented before you is the building or structure so ruined, damaged, and dilapidated, or the premise so covered in ruins, rubbish, wreckage, or debris that the ruined, damaged, and dilapidated building, structure, or premises constitutes a menace to the public comfort, health, peace, or safety? That's the legal question that you're being asked. So you'll get facts now, and then that's the question you're being asked. And so, yes, we're enforcing this resolution because it is a menace to public comfort, health, safety, and peace. No, we're rescinding the resolution as to this property. We don't find that it is so.
Mr. Parker?
Yes, sir.
If I could please ask, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor? Approval. Will parties need to be sworn in for this?
Yes, sir. The city clerk will swear everybody in. It's testimony just like a courtroom.
So before I make a motion for this, we'll hear the testimony.
Please raise your right hand.
Will be testifying needs to come on now.
Everybody who's testifying will need to swear in.
That would be whoever, if Mr. John Castillo is here today, is Mr. John Castillo here? Castillo, who made the request. Make sure he's not in the.
This is on item 3,
Yes, sir.
only item 3.
Item 3, yes, sir. Let's just make sure he's not in the room. He's the one who has made the protest. He is not here. Okay. So we still move forward with testimony from the city then at this point. So those who are going to testify can, at this time, the clerk can handle that.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you will give to the council at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Tonight we are discussing the appeal of Resolution 2216. This is for property at 1601 South Washington Avenue. Back in October of 2020, our code enforcement officers were following up on some complaints they'd received from concerned neighbors. Additionally, our building official, Miller Butts, also, together with building inspector Mike Christensen, met with property owner John Castillo on October 12th for a site visit to assess the risk to human habitation at the property. You can see from the photos what they found. These photos were taken on that day. Broken glass, significant fire damage, trash, debris, and overall dilapidation of the structure. Following the inspection on October 12th, building official Miller Butts issued an official notice and placed a red tag on the structure, notifying Mr. Castillo of his responsibility to repair, remove, vacate, or demolish the premises within 10 days from the date of the notice. The notice was also sent out via certified mail. Following an extended period while we were waiting for Mr. Castillo to make an attempt to repair or remove the trash, with no action taken on his part to resolve the issues, a determination to begin condemnation proceedings was made in January of 2022. Resolution 2216 was adopted by the Roswell City Council on March 10th, 2022, requiring the repair, removal, or demolition of the property at 1601 South Washington. Now, following the adoption of Resolution 2216, Mr. Castillo did contact the Community Development Department. In fact, he contacted me personally and requested information on filing a protest to Resolution 2216. I directed Mr. Castillo to the City Clerk's office to file the appropriate paperwork in order to initiate the appeal. Mr. Castillo did personally appear at the City Clerk's office on March 28th, 18 days after the original resolution was filed, and filed a handwritten letter of protest. Okay. Subsequent drive-by recently shows, and an inspection shows severe overgrowth on the north and west sides of the property, increasing the risk of future catastrophic fire. Property is still not secure and is accessible through the carport and gate on the north side of the house. Following the filing of the written protest, Mr. Castillo visited with the building official and was given the opportunity to pull appropriate permits for repair work. Mr. Castillo refused to sign the homeowner documentation and left without any resolution. Since that time, Mr. Castillo has made no further attempt to contact anyone in the Community Development Department regarding 1601 South Washington. As Mr. Castillo has made no further attempts to resolve the issues and has refused all assistance by the building division and our building inspectors, there remain serious questions and uncertainty regarding the structural integrity and safety of the structure. The building official cannot, with confidence, determine whether the structural integrity of the house has been fatally compromised. As of this time, we are recommending that the City Council uphold the condemnation pursuant to Resolution 2216 for the property located at 1601 South Washington. I stand for any questions.
Thank you. Councilman Perry.
Mr. Mayor, would you like to take questions from council before I
Yeah.
make a motion?
Is there any questions from members of the council about this item number 3 on today's agenda? Seeing none, Mr. Perry.
Mr. Mayor, with the evidence that has been presented by staff and with the absence of any testimony from Mr. Castillo concerning the property, I make a motion to uphold the condemnation under Resolution 2216 for the property located at 1601 South Washington Avenue, South Highlands, Extension C, Block 5, Lot 15.
We have a motion on the floor by Councilman Perry. Is there a second? Second. Excuse me, I believe Council Lady Gordon Best had her hand up first. Well,
I don't think the boxes are working properly.
then should we just put a corn did it? Got both of you? That's fine. Okay, we have a second by Councilman Corn. Any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk, call the roll. Or do you want to do a voice vote? A voice, do you want to call the roll or a voice vote, ma'am?
We can do a roll call.
Okay.
Counselor Corn? Yes. Counselor Arnold?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez? Yes. Counselor Foster, absent. Counselor Oropesa?
Yes.
Counselor Cornbest? Yes. Counselor Perry?
Yes.
Counselor Moore? Yes. Counselor Halverson?
Yes.
Counselor Heldenbrand? Yes. Motion passes 8-1.
Your boxes are working if you would like to push your buttons. Oh, Savino, okay. Okay, by, item 3 on today's agenda, has passed by a vote of 9 in the affirmative and 0 in the negative and 1 absence. Okay, next we have item 4, proposed ordinance number 22-07.
Mr. Mayor, we'll have,
Excuse me,
3A.
I'm sorry, item 3A, item 25 on today's agenda. And that is zoning case number 22-09. 009. For property located at 313 West Country Club. So we have Councilman Perry. Would you like to make a motion or
Is this, I thought it might.
item 3A, which is item 25 on our calendar, has been,
My agenda here, Counselor Hildebrand as having,
oh, I'm sorry. Oh, okay.
Mayor, council members,
Yes.
Counselor, can you turn on your mic, please? Your mic,
Is it on?
is it on?
I move the approval of zoning case 22-009,
hear?
which includes a variance to the distance separation requirements, a zone change to CCAN, and a conditional use permit with corresponding conditions and approval in order to operate a retail cannabis establishment, recreational medical, at an existing medical cannabis dispensary located at 313 West Country Club Road, Suite 10.
We have a motion by Councilman Hildebrand, a second by Councilman Perry. So,
If I may, really quickly, just like on the last one, let me just say a couple of introductory words before the public hearing, before we start hearing evidence. Just like on the last one, this is a quasi-judicial hearing, so you're applying laws to facts. These are, you'll see on the screen, these are your legal requirements that you're determining. So in this case, you're going to decide whether the proposed location meets all the time, place, and manner restrictions of Chapter 27 and is not in violation with city ordinances, that the applicant is eligible under state law to operate the cannabis establishment, and that the particular location would or would not be detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of the city. So one thing I want to stress about this last one is it's like alcohol beverage or alcohol license locations, in the sense that the question here is not whether cannabis in a general sense is good for the public health, safety, and welfare. It's about whether this particular location has a particular issue about it that makes it unhealthy, unsafe, or bad for the welfare. So in terms of the location, because that's primarily what zoning looks at, these cannabis locations are generally permitted in C2, and they get what you're deciding today is whether to grant them that floating zone. The floating zone may only sit in the C2, but it also is not permitted to be, well, it can be in C2 and then down zone from there, but it cannot be in a historic district, in the downtown business district, in the railroad district, or anywhere at the Roswell Air Center. Cannot be within 300 feet of schools, parks, churches, recreation facilities, child care facilities, military facilities, senior care facilities, retirement facilities, and medical facilities. Cannot be within 300 feet of a residential district, and it cannot be within a quarter mile of another cannabis establishment. Now, what we're having today are existing non-conforming uses that are requesting a zoning change so that they can get out of being a non-conforming use and just be just like any other cannabis business. And so they are, if they are in a location that would fall within one of these prohibited zones, they will have to request what's called a variance, which is basically in this one case, give me an opportunity to do this here, notwithstanding it may be technically within 300 feet, for example, of a medical facility or a residential area. So, but you'll hear more about that as you hear the evidence for the case.
Good evening again, Mr. Mayor and council members. Our first case tonight is zoning case 22-009. This is for the facility located at 313 West Country Club Road, Suite 10, operated by Pecos Valley Productions. Again, the request tonight is for a variance, zone change to CCAN, and conditional use permit. Before the meeting began, you did receive amended conditions of approval. You should have a copy, a sheet of paper that looks like this, Exhibit F, up at the top right-hand corner. Oh, you haven't received it yet. She's handing it out right now. Subsequent to the Planning Commission hearing, at which the Planning Commission approved the project by a vote of 7-0, a unanimous vote, the applicant came back with some very minor changes to their conditions of approval. Most of the changes were just verbiage for clarity. Okay? What you'll see on these is that if you look on starting on page, here we go, 3 of the conditions, you will see that hours of operation. They would ask to continue their hours of operations in the same manner that they have had them up to this point. We agreed that that's appropriate since they have been operating safely and securely, and there was no objections from any of the neighboring uses at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. Other clarifications here, Again, item number 5, we wanted to be specific that it was to the Roswell Independent School District, and that their notifications would go out to all private and parochial administrations. Okay. Again, minor verbiage changes for clarity. That's the only difference in the conditions of approval. Okay. Location, up on the board right now, you can see they are located west of Main Street at 313 West Country Club Road. Surrounding land uses, mostly C2, commercial, although there is R4 immediately to the north. That is part of the reason for the variance. They are less than 300 feet to an existing R4 zone and an existing apartment complex. This is where the little exterior shot of the current facility and a closer in shot. The building located in blue with the star on it is the exact location of Pecos Valley Productions. Now, they've been operating legally and have been operating in good faith since 2015 as a medical cannabis distributor. They were issued a vertically integrated cannabis establishment license by the state of New Mexico in 2021 in September. And tonight's request, again, 3 separate things: the variance because of the residential distance requirements, the zone change to C-CAN, and the conditional use permit. Okay. The variance for the distance separation, as you can see, they are directly across the alley from an existing apartment complex. Ordinance 2109 does prohibit any cannabis-related businesses within 300 feet of any residential district measured from the exterior property line. We believe that we have provided adequate protections in the conditions of approval that the applicant has agreed to, and because of their long history at this location, operating within this close proximity to the residential, that a variance is appropriate and that the conditions of approval provide existing safety measures to allow them to continue operating. 313 West Country Club Road is located within the C2, and so it does qualify for a zone change to commercial cannabis. The zone change is required to be included in the city's commercial cannabis floating zone. Within the CUP requirements, we have a list of items that must be submitted so that we can verify that they are operating legally and pursuant to the state legislation. This particular application included a copy of their vice license, a copy of their site plan, security plan, operational plan, the variance request letter, and then a permission letter from the property owner to allow for the zone change. The Planning and Zoning Commission motion to recommend approval unanimously by a vote of 7-0 of this particular zoning case to the City Council with the revised conditions of approval that you have in front of you at their meeting on April 26, 2022. Our recommendation, of course, is that you consider approval of zoning case 22009, which will include a variance to the distance separation requirements, zone change to C-CAN, conditional use permit with corresponding conditions of approval in order to operate a retail cannabis establishment at an existing medical cannabis dispensary located at 313 West Country Club Road. And I stand for any questions.
Councilors and Mayor, before we continue, we'll need to separately swear in the witnesses on each case. So we'll have to do that if there's going to be testimony on this one.
I have on item 20, I guess, for public participation now. So I have Leonard Salgado for this item, Mr. Salgado. He'll have to be sworn in, and I also have Mike Espiritu.
Thank you. Do you swear and affirm that the evidence you shall give to the council in this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Salgado.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here in front of you today, this evening. My name is Leonard Salgado, and I'm the Director for Business Development and Expansion for Pecos Valley Production. Today, I am joined by members of the ownership group and members of our team, and our reasons for being here are very simple. As Mr. Mavers has just indicated, we are here to seek your approval for the variance, the zone change to C-CAN, and the conditional use that will allow us to sell adult use cannabis at our present medical cannabis dispensary located at 313 West Country Club Road here in Roswell. Based on the very thorough report, I must say, by Mr. Mavers and his staff and the supporting documents that we have provided to him, we are fully prepared to comply with his office's conditions of approval in accordance with the ordinances that have been established and developed by the City of Roswell. I would like to briefly share with you some background information about our organization that you may not be aware of. Number one, we have a long-standing history in the City of Roswell. We employ over 80 people in the local area. Number two, we have been serving the over 4,200 medical cannabis patients of Chaves County for over 6 years. Number three, we operate retail cannabis locations in 10 different counties of the state. And I'm proud to say that tomorrow we will open up our 15th location in Albuquerque in Bernalillo County. We operate under two very specific laws in the state. For the medical program, that falls under the Lynn and Aaron Compassionate Use Act that has been established since 2007. Under the new Cannabis Regulations Act, we are allowed and authorized to sell adult use cannabis. Within both of these statutes, we of course have a number of rules and regulations that we must follow that have been adopted by the New Mexico Department of Health, the New Mexico Licensing and Regulations Department, and the Cannabis Control Division. On top of these rules and regulations and these laws, we are prepared to follow the ordinances 2109, 2110, 2113, and 2159, again, that have been adopted by the City of Roswell. It's very important for you all to understand, as an organization, we take all cannabis laws, rules, regulations, and ordinances very seriously. Because of the nature of our business, we have to operate in a very, very transparent way. And that's the way we do business. I'd like to make just a couple of additional points. The variance we are requesting is required primarily, as Mr. Mavers has indicated, because of our proximity to the residential neighborhood. The fact is, we have been operating there for a number of years, and we have not received any complaints from our surrounding neighbors, including any adjoining businesses in the area. Last time I was here meeting with the Zoning Commission, I wanted to make it very plain to everyone, and I want to do so for you, Mr. Mayor, and members of this council, that the reason we are here is that we want to sell adult use cannabis at our present location, okay? Just to be very clear, I'd like to just demonstrate something for you here that might make it a little bit easier for you to understand. I have two packets here. One has an M, which will signify medical cannabis. The other one has an A, right? These are two packages of 1 gram of cannabis flower, okay? That's what these represent. Now, these two products inside here, they weigh exactly the same. Both of these products have been tested for safety by an independent laboratory that is licensed by the state of New Mexico. They both contain the same exact warning language, and I'll just read just a little brief part of this, but the language on this label basically says, keep away from children. This child restraint packages is classified in accordance with the state of New Mexico and has been tested and certified. Warning, This product contains medical cannabis for medical use. Do not use if you are pregnant or breastfeeding, and this product should be kept away from children and pests. Now, as an organization, we've taken that a step further. What we do is when we seal this package, we enclose it into your takeaway package, right? Outside of that package, we will then staple another warning on the package, just like they do at Walgreens or CVS Pharmacy. This says, keep out of reach of children. Keep the kids in your life safe by storing all cannabis products in a locked area that kids can't see or reach. If your child accidentally consumes a cannabis product, call the Poison Center hotline, 1-800-222-1223. The difference between a adult use and a medical cannabis use product is exactly the same, with one, or actually I should say two, very distinct differences. The adult use cannabis that we sell, or that if you, with your permission, we're allowed to sell, that will carry with it gross receipts tax in your county, I believe, is 7.8%. We are authorized to collect that tax. In addition, we will collect a 12% excise tax on every single sale. And it's my understanding that the city of Roswell and the county of Chaves County will both receive 1/3 of those taxes. That is the only difference between adult use and medical cannabis. Now, we are very sensitive to the fact that all of your decisions, though, are not made by just dollars and cents. We understand and we respect that there is a public safety issue that is associated with our business, and we take that very seriously. What do I mean by that? Well, let me address a couple of concerns. When you come to our dispensary, we have to let you in. The door is locked. We have to allow you to come in. Number two, your driver's license is checked every single time you come in to purchase, and also today, your medical cannabis card. Number three, you will notice as you come into the building or even outside of the building that there are video cameras. There are 12 video cameras at this particular location. They are recording 24/7. They are there for the protection and the safety of our employees and of our customers. At the end of the day, our cannabis products are stored in a sealed, in a safety vault every day. Two last things. We have retired and off-duty police officers and law enforcement that patrol our dispensary on a daily basis. And the last thing is we have a dedicated staff member whose sole responsibility is the safety and security of our buildings. So let me just close very quickly by just sharing with you a few goals of our organization. Number one, we want to create new jobs and opportunities for our team members here in the city of Roswell. Number two, we want to bring new and reoccurring tax revenue into Chaves County through adult use sales. Number three, we want to bring the best and most effective cannabis products to our patients and customers at the most affordable price. Number four, we want to create a professional and safe dispensary environment and work to educate everyone about the amazing benefits of medical cannabis. Number five, we want to be recognized as a business partner in this community and give back to Chaves County whenever we can. And lastly, we want to be recognized as a good neighbor because that's the way we do business and that's who we are. I thank you for your time and I stand for any questions you may have.
If you just hold on for just to stay up close, we get to questions, maybe both of you together after. Mr. Espiritu, would you care to step forward and give your testimony?
Thank you.
Just hang close and we'll get to questions.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Mike Espiritu with the Roswell-Chaves County Economic Development Corporation. What I want to share with you tonight is a little bit about what this company is from a community perspective and an economic development perspective. You've heard they've been in operation since 2015, which is a few years. And moving forward, the number of jobs they've already created, the jobs they will create, will be significant. They already use a number of other suppliers to help benefit and produce other products for this company, which means more jobs and more growth and more opportunity. I'm not sure exactly what their numbers are today, but I think around, and Leonard, give it if I'm wrong, it was about almost 170 plus statewide employed by this company. That's a number of jobs. Recently, the State Job Training Incentive Program Commission approved a request for this company for training funds. They had planned to hire and train 19 trainees and were awarded the full amount by the State Commission of about $200,000. As you know, this is not unordinary for companies that are manufacturing a product to receive funds back to train their staff. Why is this significant? Because this company doesn't just hire people and pay them a bare salary, but they also provide incredible benefits. Full medical, paid holiday and sick leave, and also paid vacations. But they're also a good neighbor, because right here in Chaves County in Roswell, over this past year, they have contributed and donated over $27,000 to about 25 nonprofits and others here in our community. So they're giving back already to the people that live here in Roswell-Chaves County. So it's more than just the variance. It's about a company that's hiring people, putting folks to work, and will make a significant impact from GRT's perspective to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Espiritu. If you'd both come up. Do we have any questions of either Mr. Espiritu or Mr. Salgado? We have, I don't know, mine went off. Oh, there it goes. It's not working. Okay, we have, Councilman Perry, you had your hand up?
I think that did.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilman Orpesa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think mine is. Just out of curiosity, what is the average salary that your employees receive?
The average starting salary for someone who works in our dispensary at the starting level is right at $15. Managers in our stores are in that $20 range.
And I know Mr. Espiritu mentioned some of the benefits, but one benefit I didn't hear is a retirement plan. Do you all provide a retirement plan?
I know that the retirement plans are being discussed and reviewed at this time of when we would implement those. We're certainly looking into beginning that benefit as soon as possible.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Next, anyone else on this side? Councilman Perry?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me start out by saying that, of course, everyone who knows me knows I'm not the poster child on recreational use especially. But I wanted to be fair to the process, as when I was elected to uphold the laws and, of course, represent all of the constituents. So I did go and I did tour a growing facility within our county, and also I toured a dispensary as well. And I do want to say that I was treated very kindly by both, that I was in both places, and things were done, I believe, from what I could see, legally and professionally as being. I just wanted to say, as we go through this process right here, the council, as the state started throwing out the information for us as far as how the requirements and how this was going to be handled, it kept changing, it kept changing, it kept changing, it kept changing, and the council did their best to try to provide a fair and balanced way to be able to allow the state law for us to stay within our bounds of time, place, and manner. And this council did the best we could with the information the state had for us at the time. And I just want to say, and of course the council has not voted yet, but if this is approved, then congratulations, of course, that the process has worked, that the process that was set in place, and I appreciate that, I do have to say, I appreciate that for y'all to go through the process correctly, and because this is sort of a test tube thing to see how if what we indeed have can indeed work. So I appreciate the fact that you've gone through the process, and we will see how the determination is, but that was mainly a comment, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Perry. Councilman Hildebrand.
Mr. Mayers, I got one question for you on your handout. I'm trying to, item 7. It says a zoning case 22-009 shall be valid for 12 months from the effective date. Could you please elaborate on what you're saying there? Item 7. Unless the applicant requests extension of time, so please elaborate what that
Number 7
means.
Page 2, item number 7. Okay. Zoning case 22009 shall be valid for 12 months from the effective date of city council approval. Okay. Annually, because of the requirements of the state for these folks to renew their vice license, we have to go through the process, not this entire process here, but we have to ensure, and we have to ask them to come in and renew their operational permit. They will have to provide us with information showing that they are still operating legally and within the bounds of the state legislation. So this permit is valid for, initial permit is valid for 12 months from the effective date, which will be tomorrow after it goes down. And then unless the applicant requests an extension of time and is granted by the Planning and Zoning Commission, issuance of building permits in pursuit of construction shall serve to vest. You have to remember that when we put this project or put the entire piece of legislation for the city together, we also have to assume that there's going to be some facilities that are going to be built from the ground up. Okay? My experience has been in dealing with other municipalities in other areas that there was an initial rush of people to obtain permits for construction, to tie up pieces of property. They would sit on those properties, let those properties increase in value, and then sell them, taking off. What we're trying to do is prevent that from happening. We don't want to be in a position to create winners and losers in the marketplace. That's another reason for the floating zone as well. We place the burden of the zoning on the applicant to bring it in. That way we are not saying you can build a cannabis shop in this corner of town or in that corner of town, automatically driving up property values because we now have a new opportunity to build a brand new facility. But it's designed again to protect, essentially to protect price gouging from the, in this particular case, that line item doesn't necessarily apply because this is an existing facility. They're going to be in operation, I'm assuming, tomorrow morning. In fact, I actually have their operational permit with me tonight to hand to them, assuming you approve the project.
So what you're saying then is all they have to do is come in and show their license has been renewed.
Yep. As part of the-
They will continue for
as
another
part of
12,
the-
for another 12 months, or how, maybe you or Mr. Patterson need to explain how that mechanism works, because is this just an ongoing renewal, that this is not going to come back before planning and zoning, it's not going to come back before council?
Again, they are fully vested as of tomorrow because they do not have any construction permits to pull. Okay, if this was a ground-up construction, they would not be vested until they pulled their construction permits. They're vested immediately. The only thing they have to do is annually, when they renew their business license, they will have to demonstrate that they still have a license, that vice license is still active with the state. So they'll bring that information in along with their business license. We will renew their operational permit. They pay their fees, renew their operational permit, renews a business license, they're off and running again.
Okay.
It will not have to come back before the city council or the planning commission.
Thank you.
Any comments from the council? Lady Halverson?
It's for you, sir. I just had a question. You said you keep your front door locked and people have to come in that way.
Yes, ma'am.
Will you continue to do that if you're allowed the license?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because I noticed in the layout here, your lobby's quite small. So I'm guessing tomorrow, if we approve this, you're going to be inundated, so you'll have to limit how many.
We hope so.
Yeah, okay.
So, we hope so. Any further questions? Oh, Councilman Perry.
I'm sorry, I did want to say, and from what I understand, you gave a very good presentation as well to planning and zoning. And if you said it before, I apologize. I may have been reading something. But on that, if you do have heavy traffic, you said you do have on-site security to help you through that process?
We do. Yes, sir.
Just making sure council understands the clarification. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
If I could just make one last comment here. I do have to commend the zoning department, Mr. Mavers. He's been very cooperative with us as an organization. He has guided us through the process. We have tried to comply with every request that he has made, and there have been several. But we have gone through the process, and we look for a positive outcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments? Oh, Mr. Espiritu.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, just a point of clarification, the job training funds for the trainees, average salary, counselor, is $19.97 an hour, average. There are higher wages than that, obviously. They were for the manufacturing and not for the distribution, not the sales. It's for the manufacturing end, so just for that point of clarification.
Thank you. Oh, Council Lady Moore?
Sorry, Mayor. So the list of all the people that the addresses on here, you can get any reply from any other residential, any of the people on these that you gave names and addresses. Not one positive, negative came from any of these addresses that y'all sent these letters. I don't know who I'm asking the question. It's probably Mr.
Mr. Mavers.
Or would you know that, or it may be the gentleman that owns it, that, all the addresses are in our packet. We didn't get anything back from any of the neighbors, anybody.
Now, as
Positive or negative?
of this date, in fact, the ordinance and the way it was written, our notification area for public hearings is expanded 3 times the standard. A typical conditional use permit or other map, we notify the surrounding residents within 100 feet of the project. For cannabis projects, again, because of the sensitivity and the concerns, we notify in a 300-foot radius. As of this morning, we have received no written complaints or concerns. We have received no phone calls of concerns or complaints to this date on either this project or the project that we'll be talking about here in just a few minutes. We did have some concerns raised early in the process by one of the local public health organizations, as well as the school district. The conditions of approval that you have in your packet for these projects were worked out with those public health officials as well as with the school districts that requires them to have be notified about the operation of the cannabis facility in their neighborhood, as well as some notifications again to the property owners, which would include the 24-hour, 7-day-a-week emergency number as well.
Councilman.
Mr. Mayor, may I just ask, upon approval, we are also approving the revised Exhibit F, correct?
You're approving the amended Exhibit F, the one you have in front of you, yes.
Any further comments? Thank you, Mr. Mavers. Okay, we would, Chair would entertain a motion for item 3A, which is item 25 in your book, the zoning case number 22-009.
Mayor, I think we sort of jumped the gun on that, but I think Councilor Hildebrand made a motion.
Oh, that's right. Excuse me, that's right. So we have a motion and a second.
Correct.
If the clerk could call the roll.
Counselor Corn? Yes. Counselor Arnold?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez? No. Counselor Oropesa?
Yes.
Counselor Corn Best?
Yes.
Counselor Perry?
Yes, with explanation.
Counselor Moore? No. Counselor Halverson?
Yes.
Counselor Heldenbrand?
Yes.
Do I have a vote of 7 in the affirmative, 2 in the negative? Item 3A, amendment 22-009, zoning case 22-009 has passed. Council Lady Moore to explain her vote.
Perry.
Or Perry, excuse me.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, just to say, my vote, yes, is not because I enjoy the thought of having recreational in our community, but it's that in a quasi-judicial, I am required to vote according to the testimony and according to the laws that are currently there. That's the oath I took, so that's what I do in this case, and I believe that we have a process that will work, and I have to stand behind the process which we've put in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Perry. Okay, next we have item 3B on today's agenda, and that's a zoning case number 22-0-10. Mr. Mavers. Or do we need a motion?
Mr. Mayor and council members, this case is very similar to the previous case. We have an existing medical cannabis dispensary that has applied to also be allowed to sell adult use cannabis. If it pleases the council, I can do an abbreviated presentation and only point out the differences between the two cases.
I believe that'd be great.
Again, this is zoning case 22010. This is for the NMTO Ultra Health facility located at 2800 North Main Street, Suite 4. Again, similar variance, zone change, and conditional use permit. The location of this property on North Main Street is in the C2 zone, I believe. Well, you can see there on the map, completely surrounded by C2 properties. The reason for the variance request is because of a daycare center that, depending on how you measure, if you measure from the building to the property line of the daycare center, it measures 310, 315 feet. If you measure from property line to property line, it's about 295 feet. So this is a very minor variance that we're looking at here. Okay. Again, the existing NMTO Ultra Health, they are located within a commercial office building at 2800 North Main. They have been operating as a medical cannabis facility since 2019. They also received their vertically integrated cannabis establishment license in September of 2021. Again, the only difference between the previous project and this project is the variance because of the child care facility that's located slightly less than 300 feet away, to the south of this project. You can see here the distance. In the blue box up at the top, that is where NMTO, the property that NMTO Ultra Health is located on. The red box down at the intersection, that is the location of the My Kiddos 2 daycare center. Okay. The zone change is appropriate. This is an existing C2 zone, which is allowed for conversion to C-CAN. Our conditional use permit requirements for this particular project, they provided a copy of their New Mexico Vice license, a copy of the floor plan, their security plan, operational plan, the variance request letter. They have actually exceeded our request for notification for 300 feet. They provided us with a list of adjacent property owners within a 500-foot radius. And, of course, their current City of Roswell business license. The Planning and Zoning Commission did motion to recommend approval, again unanimously, of zoning case 22010 to the City Council with the revised conditions of approval. Again, those revised conditions of approval were the ones you received. Their revisions are very similar, mostly for clarification. The one thing that they did ask for that we did not put in these revised conditions, and you may want to consider, it has been our feedback that we've received from the council that they did want to not allow for sales on Sunday. They did originally request a few hours on Sunday. I believe it was 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. was the original request, or noon to 5. It was only a handful of hours on Sunday, but we did put in the revised conditions. We did not allow that because that was our direction from the Planning Commission and the City Council previous to tonight. Okay. We would like you to consider approval of zoning case 22010, which does include the variance for separation distance, the zone change to C-CAN, and the conditional use permit, again with the corresponding revised conditions of approval to operate a retail cannabis establishment at 2800 North Main Street, Suite 4. Again, staff stands for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mavers. Is there, do we have any questions for the council from Mr. Mavers? Councilman Perry.
Can you tell me how close they are once again to the daycare?
If you measure from property line to property line, it's like 295 feet. If you measure from the building to the property line, it's 310, 315.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you, Mr. Mavers. On that item, I have Mr. Duke Rodriguez to speak on item 3B, which is item 26. Mr. Rodriguez? You're the only one I have that signed up. Unless you have to be sworn in. Is there another person who would like to? Okay, will you come up and get sworn in too?
Can we get your names, please? Duke? Okay. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence that you shall give to the council in this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Duke?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I think Leonard did a really good job of kind of giving you an explanation of how the industry works, rather than go through the entire process again.
Excuse me. Can you get closer to the mic, please? Thank you.
I was saying that Leonard did a really good job of giving you the process of what happens when customers come in, the precautions when product is handed out. I'm only going to spend a few minutes and try to speed this up, telling you about some of the differences in our operation versus PVP. First of all, we view PVP as a worthy, respectable competitor. We enjoy competing with them in most communities we serve today. We are the largest medical cannabis company in New Mexico today. We are the largest cannabis company in New Mexico today. I think our current number of operations, I think we have 34, 36, and the reason I'm not exactly sure, we are constantly opening up new locations. We've been vetted by just about every community out there. We've gone through this process with Sunland. We've gone through it with Carlsbad, with Deming, all being very similar, all very much asking a lot of questions, making sure that you're worthy of serving that community. I will tell you, to the credit of Roswell, you've had the most extensive and meaningful vetting process we've seen so far. So we give great respect to your development department, your planning and zoning folks. They've dug a lot deeper than most communities. Most of them was an automatic rubber stamp. You've taken the time and effort to understand the business, and I think that's in your best interest. We employ, as I said, 350 employees statewide in New Mexico. So that's 350 families who depend upon us. We offer the same kind of competitive wages that most of our competitors offer. Our entry-level lowest rate starts at $15 an hour, opening rate. We offer the standard benefits, and on some of the ERISA benefits, like retirement, 401k, it's sometimes difficult to find a carrier that will provide that coverage. But we are able, as the industry's evolving, to provide more and more traditional mainstream kind of services. We're very proud of ourselves. We've grown quite rapidly. We cover all four corners of the state. You'll find us in Farmington, you'll find us all the way up in Clayton, all the way down south to Hobbs, across to Las Cruces, Sunland Park, and Silver City. We've got facilities under construction in Lordsburg, Eagles Nest, you name it, we're probably going to be there. So we've been very successful, well received, and thankfully the medical patients have received us extremely well, allowing us to be the most successful cannabis company in New Mexico. The only other thing I want to add before I allow Christina to talk about the more legal issues and technical issues of our application is about what the town of Roswell can expect from this kind of activity. Is it going to overwhelm us with long lines in traffic? That's not likely to occur. What we've learned from the first month of activity is that southeastern New Mexico, southern New Mexico were the most to benefit from the Texas impact. And we fully anticipated. When we first came out with the model of what adult use could mean to New Mexico, we estimated that 42%. 42% of all sales will originate from Texas residents, adults coming across from Texas. It's interesting, most people don't realize that within the 200-mile of the New Mexico shared Texas border, there are more qualified adults who can buy our product than there are within the state of New Mexico. So we knew that huge impact would happen. Interesting, after the first month, we started to see what these numbers were playing out to be, and they were confirmed. Obviously, the larger total sales of any city was Albuquerque, but that's because they hold 1/3 of the state's population. It was predictable, and it was on target. After Albuquerque, Las Cruces, again predicted, Santa Fe, we started to see a real pleasant surprise, and I think it's very positive. The number 4 town in the state, Hobbs. Shocked most people. Hobbs. And right at its tail, Sunland Park. And most of you are familiar with Sunland Park, not a very large population. It's clearly driven by the El Paso population. And also in the top 5 or 6, Clovis, Portales, Carlsbad. So you could see that I've told people, reporters have asked the question, how did New Mexico do? I think we did, in my opinion, average on the New Mexico population. It was the Texas population that had the greatest impact, and I think you're going to see some of that benefit in Roswell. How well will Roswell do versus other communities? I've estimated that Roswell is going to fall somewhere between probably not as good as Hobbs, but probably better than Carlsbad. You're going to be right in the range of about $1 million in taxable activities per month, and that falls in the midpoint between those two cities, and I think it's a reasonable prediction. You heard about the tax rate. You're going to apply the gross receipts tax, which is 8% average, most counties, most cities. It'll be distributed according to the gross receipts tax distribution that already exists. Where you benefit the most from is the distribution on the cannabis excise tax. That is 12 points. It'll be distributed 1/3 to the city, 1/3 to the county, and 1/3 to the state. It's also slated to go up, I believe, in 23, 24, and 25 by another point, another point, another point. These are pretty heavy taxes. When you think of the fact that the state did in the first month, the entire state of New Mexico, the state did about $22 million in sales. You can estimate about 20% of that, or actually that's $22 million's base pre-tax. Another 20% was collected, which will be forwarded for the first time on May 25th, and that'll be about another $4.4 million. It's a big number. And I think you're starting to see a lot of these communities getting very excited about what the potential for what non-medical sales of cannabis can generate in their locality. And those, I'm going to limit my comments to that.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for having us. My name is Christina Caffrey, and I'm actually the Chief Legal Officer for Ultra Health. So I am a lawyer, and as that position implies, my job is to make sure that we follow all laws. And Ultra Health's, one of its biggest moves in increasing its business was to bring me on as internal counsel. I performed litigation in previous years for them with a law firm. And with the onset of recreational sales, it is very important to have internal legal counsel to both ensure compliance and to take care of all of the many legal issues that come up. Not only cannabis related, but as any business does, we have other legal issues. We have leases to sign. We have employment matters to take care of. And I help with all of that. One thing I want to point out is the daycare down the street. So as Mr. Mavers pointed out, it kind of depends on how you measure it. I will say that when we originally licensed this property under the Department of Health, we had to actually submit a survey, a surveyor's report saying that it is 300 feet away. And that's the larger measurement from the building to the daycare property line. I enjoyed the presentation by the Hispano Chamber of Commerce, and one thing I want to point out about Ultra Health is that we have a very diverse workforce. Of our more than 300 employees, the majority are actually women. We also have a very fair and representative proportion of Hispanic employees, and Duke probably can quote you better than this, but I think we are one of the largest minority-owned or operated cannabis companies in the country. And that includes, our workforce also includes many working parents. We can offer flexible schedules to allow for parents to work in a well-paying job and still be able to get home to raise their kids. And one other thing I want to point out about safety is that Ultra Health's style of service is deli style, as in we don't openly display products in the store. A customer comes in and the customer meets one-on-one with a retail employee who can show products that the customer might be interested in. The products are displayed in glass-covered cases and brought out individually for the customer's consideration. That means that in the extremely unlikely event that a person who is not 21 should try to enter the store, first of all, they would be spotted and quickly moved aside. But also there is very, very, very little opportunity for grabbing things and trying to run out with them. And so that's one of the aspects that we use not only to educate consumers, but to address safety concerns. And that also means that newcomers who are not familiar with cannabis will get a one-on-one session with a retail employee to find out what products might be of interest to them. And that really is a hallmark of Ultra Health, is that one-on-one customer education experience.
Excuse me, yes.
One more comment about the hours, because we're open to that. Just to remind the council and the mayor that we are open currently on Sunday for medical patients. We are open to whatever the town of Roswell wants to do with Sunday.
Thank you. Councilman Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And there again, if you said this and I did not hear you, I apologize. Some was a little soft-spoken. Do you also have, on the onset of large numbers coming to your facility, do you also have manned security at your facility as well?
We do have security presence. We are familiar with a kind of a rush. We do have a dispensary in Sunland Park, and we do have a dispensary in Sunland Park, and for the last month, our staff has been very much training to deal with long lines, and we have found mechanisms to get customers in and out in a more expedient manner.
Thank you. Next, Councilman Hildebrand. Or Press, I'm sorry. Well, I didn't
Mayor,
see his hand.
on the hours of operation, I know, according to the information that we were provided, it will not be open on Sundays for recreation, but do you still intend to be open on Sundays for medical?
We are open to the council's preference. If the council deems Sundays completely off for all customers, we are prepared to comply with that.
Because this variance that we're talking about is for recreational cannabis, right?
Correct.
And so if you are approved and it says that you will not be operating on Sundays, my question is, will you still continue operating on Sundays for medical cannabis?
So my understanding, we will follow the terms of compliance as put forth. Oh, I have it right here in the terms prepared by Mr. Mavers, and so that would be completely closed on Sunday.
Okay. So I guess my question is either to Parker or Mr. Mavers. Is that going to be something that they will be able to work out, or are they going to be required to be closed on Sunday, period?
Perhaps Mr. Patterson can help me just a little bit, but as of right now, the way the state law is written, there is no distinction for a retail outlet between medical cannabis and recreational cannabis or adult use cannabis, as was shown us previously. They all come under the umbrella of a retail cannabis. The only distinction is in who you can sell it to and whether or not you charge tax. For the adult use cannabis, you charge the excise tax plus the GRT, which is where all the potential revenue is coming from. And it must be for people 21 and over. For medical, okay, you are allowed to go down to 18 with an appropriate ID, script from a doctor. But there is no excise tax collected and there's no GRT collected. But in terms of operations, it's retail cannabis. So if the hours of operation are the hours of operation for the facility.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Maver, if would you hold up just a minute? Councilman Hildebrand.
Follow up on Councilman Opressa's question, and I'm not sure we got an answer. As the ordinance sits right now, not what's on the agenda, but as it sits right now, hours of operation are allowed on Sunday? That's the question?
Yes.
They are allowed. So they would be allowed under this.
Under Chapter 27 as it exists today, and not what's being considered for amendment later tonight, there's no citywide operational hours at all. They can operate at any time, subject to whatever's in their conditional use permit.
The intent of our ordinance, Chapter 27 right now, was to allow the conditional use permit process to dictate hours of operation based upon neighborhood uses. We would go ahead and we look at each case one by one, determine the hours of operation, the time, place, and manner based on that location, and establish those hours of operation. With respect to these existing operations, we have looked at their existing hours of operation. In fact, the previous case that you approved, those hours of operation are identical to the hours of operation that they have right now, the hours that we set, so there is no change. In this particular case, the only reason that we removed Sunday hours is because that was the previous information we were given by the council as we went through the previous ordinance and others, that they would prefer not to have Sunday hours, so we removed the Sunday hours. All other hours, I believe, are consistent with your current operational times. That's the only difference.
But that was never approved by council.
Again, there was direction given that they wanted to limit or eliminate, not allow cannabis sales on Sunday. we had followed that direction. It is not in the ordinance, and again, that's why the variance and the conditional use permit, that's why we have these hearings, is so you can discuss those if there's a difference of opinion. You do have the right to go ahead and, if you feel that it's appropriate, you do have the right to amend the conditions of approval to allow them to have Sunday hours.
What are your current hours that you do operate on Sunday?
Currently, it is 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. on Sunday.
10 to 3? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and is that, Council Lady Moore?
Sorry, Mayor and Council, but you stated that you have no problems not being open on Sunday if that's what the condition that we had already discussed prior, right?
Correct.
So it's not going to be an issue. It's not going to cause you any, a little bit, I'm sure, a little money, but you would be okay if we stuck with what they had already, y'all signed up for, right?
Correct. We will gladly comply with eliminating Sundays at the council's pleasure.
All right, thank you.
I would want to point out, we are glad to abide whatever the city of Roswell would like to do. I would caution you about the Sunday closing because it will cut back hours for employees. It also will impact those medical patients. Generally speaking, well, not generally, specifically, the Cannabis Regulation Act says that every licensee must be a medical licensee first. You can't be an adult only. Then if you're a medical license, then you can get the extended license, which gives you dual, medical and adult. So we are going to probably inconvenience those medical patients who buy on Sunday. New Mexico is obviously 50th in poverty, and we have a number of medical patients who can only buy in limited amounts. So for us, from an operational standpoint, I will tell you it's easier to be closed for Sunday. For the interests of patients, it is better to be open.
Thank you.
Just for an understanding of like procedurally how this would work, if you were to adopt the conditional use permit as presented and then not restrict Sunday sales later in the subsequent consideration, they would have to go back to planning and zoning to get an amendment to their CUP, unless I'm wrong, Heaven. Apparently not.
Over his head.
Do they or don't they?
Yes, they would.
They would have to go back and amend their CUP in front of planning and zoning, presumably.
Yeah, Councilman Perry.
Thank you. If you could just, you gave us your Sunday hours. What are your current operating hours Monday through Saturday, please?
Monday through Saturday is 10 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Okay, thank you.
Is that all, Councilman Perry? Okay. Councilman Hildebrand. You didn't go on.
My question to you is, are you looking for Sunday sales? Regardless of what's on the agenda next, if that item was not on the agenda, would you have asked for Sunday sales?
I would have hoped that we could continue for the convenience of particularly the medical patients that Sunday sales be available. I would hope that for those communities that have significant tourism activities, the 75th anniversary of the UFO activity, you might want to benefit from those Sunday sales. So it really is what fits best for your community. But in the end, like I said, for the benefit of the patients, I would have hoped that we could continue Sunday sales.
Yeah, that's my concern that was brought up, is if we exclude them, then what happens to the medical patients, and what do they do? So you're currently Sunday again is 10 to 3.
Our Sunday is 10 to 3, and it's always been our objective to do as much as we can to eliminate the illicit market. We don't want to drive people back into the streets. So there has been a logic to it. And keep in mind, the Department of Health encouraged to be available Sunday. To the operating entity, it costs us more. Is it the right thing to do to be open? Probably, absolutely yes.
Okay, next, we have Councilman Corn.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have some general statements. One, the legislature met and they changed the complexion of the cannabis. They were operating out of the medical side, and then they came along and put this big umbrella over the whole cannabis situation. That's one situation. Second situation, the present ordinance that we have has no times or dates in it. Am I wrong?
It currently does not have citywide operational times and dates.
Right. So that's the dilemma. We need to make a decision based on what needs to be done under the New Mexico law, and then everybody's got to comply with it. It's not their fault that they can't sell on Sunday to medical, because there's no division now per state law. It's all one big family now. And Mr. Mayor and council members, this is not the first or the last time us new folks are going to discuss this, because we've got a 60-day session of the legislature coming, and they're going to tweak this thing. You know it, I know it, everybody in this room knows it. And if they don't, I'll explain it to them when we get done. And so we're going to be back here trying to chase state law. And so for a while, we're never going to get it right, whichever way it is. But we need to make a decision, and we're going to discuss the decision on the Sunday sales here in just a minute. It's hopefully the next thing on the agenda. I don't know, I've kind of lost track. So, you know, I'm sorry they can't sell on Sunday. I'm sorry it may inconvenience some of their medical patients, but maybe they need to think ahead on Saturday, get there and get their product that they'll need for Sunday. And it's just the quandary of an elected office. When you've got so many balls in the air, you can't, you know, we're trying to juggle 3 or 4 balls, and all we can juggle is 1 or 2. And we just got to move on and vote on this one, next one, and vote on the next issue. Because I guarantee you, I'll bet anybody in here $100 we'll be back here next year after the session trying to figure out how to comply with state law. Anybody, any takers? I don't see anybody holding their hand up, so they must believe me. That's all. Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Orpreston.
Mayor, so let me ask Parker a question. If we were to postpone action on this particular case, postpone it until we address the cannabis that's coming up next, and if there's an issue with hours of operations on that one, and it changes from the, or it's amended to change to allow Sunday sales, would they still be required to go back to planning and zoning?
So in the scenario that I think you're describing is the true nature of tabling something. A lot of times you'll say table me, and what you mean is put it at a later meeting. The true meaning of table is we're going to put down this item and pick up this item, do this item, then return to the original item. That's a true table. So if you want to do that with this item, if you want to table this, take up the next item, which is the amendment to the Chapter 27, and then upon the resolution of that item, pick this one back up, you are able to do that, and that would circumvent the issue of trying to decide this one, then having a contrary decision later, and then they have to go back and request an amendment to their conditional use permit. So yes, you could do that, and it would work.
And also, Mr. Peterson, if we tabled this one and did the other one, and then you could come back and fix this one, but then we would still have to go back and fix the one we just did.
So
Number 9.
Let's say we table this, so it kind of frozen right now at where it's at. Then we pick up the next one, and depending on the outcome of that one, so let's say that just as a hypothetical, you take that one up, then you amend it to allow Sunday sales, then you adopt or you either adopt that ordinance or don't adopt any ordinance, in which case we're back at the status quo if there's no operating times set forth in the ordinance. Either way, Sunday sales are now available. Then you take this one back up, and you can amend the conditional use permit at that time to permit Sunday sales. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes, and then we could take this one back up and fix that.
Right,
This-
exactly. And then they would.
But
they
then
wouldn't
we'd
be,
have to move to reconsider the one we have just passed and move to reconsider that, and to be fair to them, and allow them to have, and add that motion onto the, number 9.
Yes, let me look at the rule for reconsideration, but I think you're right about that, yeah.
So it's all doable. If somebody wants to motion to lay this on the table, we can address number. And Mr. Mavers.
Mayor, I have a possible solution that will prevent these folks from either having to come back or otherwise, should the city council choose to authorize different hours of operations for our retail cannabis facilities. If you look at specific conditions of approval number 1, okay, if you look at the very last line, it says the hours of operation shall be 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Thursday, 10 to 8 Friday and Saturday, and closed on Sunday unless otherwise restricted by the state of New Mexico or the city of Roswell. My recommendation, in order to keep these folks moving forward, would be to insert the word unless otherwise authorized or restricted, giving you folks the opportunity, if you make a decision that you want to allow Sunday, you automatically authorize it, they automatically receive it, they can go on about their operations without having to come back to the Planning Commission or to the City Council. Would that be an acceptable, Mr. Patterson?
That would work and be a lot more efficient.
Would authorize this would.
Although I think you still have to worry about the previous one we already adopted.
Yeah, we already adopted.
But that would work on this one.
We still have to go back and fix those.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
on the process that Mr. Mavers is describing, then they wouldn't have to wait around for us to take up the next item, right?
Correct.
Just depending on how the next item comes out, then they would be informed that, yes, they can open on Sundays, or no, they can't.
Absolutely, yes.
That's what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So would the chair would entertain a motion to table? Oh, excuse me, Councilor Moore.
The other one wasn't open on Sunday, so why would we have to go back? I guess I'm
But
confused. The other one
to
wasn't,
allow them the same,
if they want to.
if they want to.
But
give
it would
them-
change with his wording of that paper, theirs would change also, so we wouldn't.
No, because you have to go, this deals with this ordinance.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Mayor, just for my own understanding, do we have to table this one then? If we're gonna
Yes.
take up the process that Mr. Mavers is talking about?
No, if you do what Mr. Mavers has said, which is to amend the current one to say as restricted or authorized by ordinance, then when you were to authorize it subsequently, it would automatically allow them to do Sunday sales. The one we would have to go back and change would be the one we've already adopted that does not have that same language. But this one would not need further action. It would automatically be allowed.
But we can fix this one if we,
So by making a motion to amend this conditional use permit now, and if that's adopted, then depending on how the next one comes out, that will determine the Sunday sales without further action on
Well,
that one.
Mr. Mayor, then I go ahead and make the amendment to insert the wording that Mr. Mavers is
Unless
suggesting.
otherwise, yeah, there'd be the last line of item number 1 of site-specific conditions, immediately after closed on Sunday, comma, unless otherwise authorized or restricted.
you would put the word "or" after the word.
Unless otherwise authorized or restricted.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? we'll do a voice vote on that, if that, is that appropriate, or would you rather have anybody request a? Pardon? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we have one no vote. Yes.
Will I have the amended language in this one? Having voted in the affirmative, I wish to reconsider my vote.
But should we finish this whole bill first?
Yeah,
Let's-
okay, then I'll do the motion.
Okay. Councilman Corn. Yeah, let's finish it and get this one out of the way, then we'll pull the other one back. Yeah, but he's gonna make a motion. Representative Corn. Representative, excuse me.
No, all we did is to
No,
change
we
the
didn't.
language. Now Counselor
Now we-
Hildebrand should have the floor to make the motion.
Okay, counter.
Your mic, please.
No, your mic.
I make a motion to move forward on the amended zoning case
Number 22.
22-010 CANN.
Councilman Corn, would you second that? We have a second from Councilman Corn. Any further discussion? The clerk will call the roll. On item 22-010 as amended.
Counselor Corn? Counselor Arnold?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
No.
Counselor Oropesa?
Yes.
Counselor Corn Best?
Yes.
Counselor Perry?
Yes, with same explanation as with the first.
Thank you.
Counselor Moore? Counselor Helverson? Counselor Heldenbrand?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-2.
By the zoning case number 220-010 as amended has duly passed. Next, we would I would have a motion to reconsider counseling.
Voted in the affirmative on case number 22009. CA, excuse me, NN. I move to reconsider.
We have a motion to reconsider item 3A, which is zoning case number 22-009. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. Chairman, I think for clarification for the record, if there can be clarification as to what, we all know what it is, but if the person
Amend
making
the
the motion can
language
make.
like we just did. We need to amend the language that directs businesses, puts them on notice. It's whatever particular ordinance that we happen to have at the time.
This motion is merely to reconsider it. After we reconsider it, it will then come up for discussion, and we can amend the amendment, the revised amendment that we put on there. So the motion right now is to reconsider, and do we have a second? Council Lady Arnold has seconded it. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we have one, Councilman Sanchez votes no. By a vote of 8 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, we are back on item number, case number 22-009. It is open for discussion, and I would entertain a motion, for council for case 22-009, in regards to the changes that we had made on page
20110.
yeah, the same as, but it's on page, the same thing, it's page 3, and the, item 1, and we put authorized or restricted by the State of New Mexico or the City of Roswell.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
So that would be added, that same language would be added afterwards, otherwise authorized or restricted by, would authorized or would be added in front of,
Authorized.
yeah.
I second.
So we have a motion by Councilman Corn, a second by Council Lady Halverson. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Okay, seeing none, the clerk will call the roll. Well, we can just do a voice vote on this, and then, so all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we have two no votes on that, Councilman Moore, Council Lady Moore, and Councilman Sanchez on that. The motion passes. We are back on that order of business. We would be a motion to reconsider, we would need a motion on what to do with zoning case number 22-009. Do we have a motion for passage?
Mr. Mayor,
We have Councilman Corn has had a motion to.
as amended.
Councilman Corn has a motion to pass zoning case number 22-009 as amended. Is there a second?
Second.
We have Councilman Arnold. Got you in, I'm sorry, a little ahead of that. Councilman Arnold, second the motion. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Counselor Corn? Counselor Arnold?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez? Counselor Oropesa? Counselor Corn Best?
Yes.
Counselor Perry?
Yes, with the previous explanation.
Counselor Moore? Counselor Halverson? Counselor Heldenbrand?
Yes.
By a vote of 7 in the affirmative, 2 in the negative, zoning case number 22-009 has passed the House. Next, we have item. Well, if you take a 5-minute recess, it'll take us 10 minutes to get back here and everything else. If we keep going, we'll be done in 5 minutes.
You promise?
So, okay, item number 4. Does anybody really need, everybody really need one? Okay, well, Councilman Perry's not.
I can wait.
Okay, item number 4 on today's agenda, proposed ordinance number 22-07, and amending the code pertaining to cannabis. We have signed, if the people who had signed up to speak would be somewhat close after we have an explanation of this item, there will be Mr. Will Boston has signed up, Mr. Former Mayor Kentai has signed up, and Mr. Jesse Hunt has signed up. Welcome, former Mayor Kentai. And, okay, if we could, item number 4, ordinance 22-07. Parker, do you want to?
Are we going to do a staff presentation, or would?
Oh, I'm sorry. We go back to have Councilman Perry.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We've gone through our quasi-judicials at this point. This is still this will still be a public hearing, but we have heard the testimony. Maybe what would be best, we'll have the motions after public hearing, but maybe a suggestion, Mr. Mayor, would just be just to point out the changes that are being made as quickly as possible. Mr. Patterson, maybe?
Happy to do it.
Thank you.
Okay, really quickly, we will remember from last time, 27-5 relating to fees. We struck some language out of that, so what remains is the addition of fee resolutions adopted pursuant to this section shall be posted prominently on the Community Development Department section of the city website. And then the rest of what came after is no longer there. We also discussed section 27-102, which we've also been talking about tonight. Hours of operation, as you know what, that's actually old. I think it was what your packet actually has is Monday through Thursday, 10 to 7, Friday, Saturday, 9 to, and then Sunday's closed. So I'm sorry that that one's out of date. Authority to continue. So this, as we discussed last time, this is the same as before. The non-conforming uses would be permitted to go directly to sale of what they're calling adult use without having to go through the zoning process. But they would still need to get that operational permit at the end. So as I discussed last time, instead of treating them like a non-conforming use, we would treat them as if they were already properly zoned. The difference between what you're looking at today and what you looked at last time is that previously there was some restrictions taken out of section 152. Those are now back in. So in other words, they would still be restricted in terms of being able to expand, do major repairs, change their business at all. All of that is they cannot do without getting a zoning change. They're locked in amber to that extent. And then this is a minor change just to keep everything consistent, 27-53. This is operational permits. As I said, if you're a non-conforming use, you don't have to go through zoning, but you do still have to get an operational permit. So just to keep it consistent, 27-53 had said that in order to get an operational permit, you need a conditional use permit. But of course, if you're a non-conforming use, you don't need a conditional use permit. That just makes that clear. Pursuant to the amendment that you'll all recall from last time, the request was that all references to on-site consumption in Chapter 27 be struck, and that on-site consumption would be prohibited according to the city's ordinance. You will find that I have done that for you. You will go through and you'll see I've pulled out all the sections in Chapter 27 that reference on-site consumption, done a strike through of that reference, and then 27-51 just clarifies right down in a new subsection D that on-site consumption is not permitted at cannabis establishments. So if that's the direction you want to go, that's what the ordinance currently says as your amendment was requested at the last meeting. That's actually all. Those are the major changes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With respect of the process, and because it's been given to me to do, I make a motion that I'm sorry, we have not done the public hearing first. I apologize, Mr. Mayor, for jumping in.
Thank you. We have a motion. Now we have, well, it's a public hearing. We have so next on public hearing, I have,
On this one.
Pardon?
No one would have to sign up to speak on public
okay.
hearings, so anyone could speak at this point in favor or against.
Anyone can speak. We will start with Mr. Will Boston, who has signed up. Anyone else who would like to speak, be ready if you would like. I have Mr. Boston now. I have Mayor Kentai on deck, and I have Mr. Jesse Hunt in the hole.
Thank you,
Yes.
Mayor, and City Council members. I won't take a lot of time. I know you guys have a lot of pages to go through. Mr. Salgado for PVP and Mr. Rodriguez for Ultra did a great job explaining.
Excuse me. Can you give your name and address, please?
Oh, yeah. Will Boston, number 2 Brazos Place. So they gave a very good description of how all the licenses, at least the legacy vice licenses, operate, and down to the packaging. I think one thing I really wanted to stress was, previous to this meeting, some of the other meetings led, I feel, the council members to think that this amendment would let the vice licenses operate willy-nilly and however they wanted. That is completely not the case. And Mr. Patterson just pointed out that we are under the same restrictions that all the other license will be under. So I want that to be clear, because after the last meeting, I left, you know, feeling sorry for you guys about, you don't even know what you're voting on. That's how I felt. So, one last thing too is about the licenses that we have. We have a retail license, and I know that was some confusion last meeting. We can only do retail sales. We can't do consumption. It doesn't matter if you approve this amendment or not. If it's approved, we can't do consumption lounges. We can't do manufacturing, can't do production from our retail location. So I just wanted to make that clear. That's not an option unless we go to the state and apply to do so. And then that has its own restrictions, and that's a whole nother issue. And then finally, the time consideration. As Mr. Rodriguez was mentioning, you know, we have a lot of tourist events in the summer, and so we would like to continue our sales on Sunday like we've been doing since we've been there. And also, I thought kind of a place to meet in the middle would be being consistent with the conditional use applications and how their hours are structured versus how potentially these hours are structured. Having a range of hours, right? So maybe the range of hours you could operate, this is an example for you guys to consider, but maybe 9 to 9, right? Say, so that's Monday through Saturday. And then on Sunday, limited hours from 10 to 3. But within all of those hours, maybe each dispensary can only operate 70 hours, for example. Because my fear is you may have some holidays or something, and if you limit it to be closed at 6 or whatever, you know, if you limit the hours for each dispensary but have a range for different activities or different scenarios, that makes more sense to me. And then that oversees all of the conditional use permits and this amendment. So maybe that's something to consider. And just in reference, alcohol sales, all the ones that I've talked to are well over 100 hours per week package. So from some as early as 8 in the morning until midnight. Just so that's just a reference. And that's really all I had. I just wanted to be clear that doing the conditional use permit application, which all the vice licenses have done in Roswell, we're just waiting on the docket for the next meeting. This amendment doesn't mean that we get to do whatever we want. We still fall under the same restrictions as everybody else. So that vote needs to take that in consideration. Oh, and the traffic thing. The misconception about the traffic in recreational sales, it's not like you think. We've seen it, and everybody else has seen it. Maybe the day one when it goes rec in the States that way, but normally it's not a traffic nuisance. So just FYI. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boston. Next, former Mayor Kintai.
Dennis Kintai, 1205 San Juan Drive, here in Roswell. There's an old adage that defeated office holders should be, unlike small children, neither heard nor seen. So as with some reservation, I violate that rule. I don't appear tonight as a former public office holder. I appear here as one who had a career in law enforcement. Next month will mark 40 years since I raised my hand, swore an oath to the Constitution, and put on a badge. For 2 decades, I dealt with the destruction caused by narcotics. And by the way, I find it kind of curious, the sudden name change. Why? Why are we not being honest about this? It's marijuana. Why don't we just call it marijuana? What happened that it suddenly stopped being dope? Let's be truthful to the people, to the public, to this community. We're talking about making dope, marijuana, more accessible. I have sat and interviewed former high school cheerleaders whose life has been dropped to the point where they move from motel to motel with everything they own in a trash bag. True story. I've stood on the back porch of parents who do not know where their adult child is sleeping that night. I have listened to addicts who survive by basically lying about everything, because that's all they know how to do. You know, oh wait, this is not what will happen with marijuana, we tell ourselves. That's a lie. It does. Legalization of criminal activity is a theme of the hard left. The mistaken theory is if we don't call it a crime anymore, it'll be okay. It'll be just hunky-dory. The fallacy of this is seen no more than where it is in the communities controlled by the radical left. Sadly, New Mexico now falls into this category. The decriminalization of marijuana was coerced by the radical governor of this state. It took a special meeting of the legislature after representatives and senators were strong-armed and threatened to get the current terribly flawed legislation passed. No Republicans voted for this legislation, and not all Democrats voted for it. It passed because of the bully governor. Tonight, you have to deal with some modifications, and the basic question is this: do you make dope more available or less available? That's it. Do you expand the hours? Do you make it easier for people to score? Or do you try and save just one single life? Have a good evening. Bye.
Thank you, Mayor. Next, we have Mr. Jesse Hunt. Or excuse me, Miss Jessie Hunt. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I did that the other day, too.
Okay, I have one of those names. I'm Jessie Hunt. Thanks so much for having me. I live in Albuquerque, so my address is not here, but I work with our Greenleaf across the state, across our 10 stores. And I really do want to thank all of you for all of the work that you've put into this, because it's been a lot of work, and I'm sure that everyone would be happy to move on to other things going on in your community. But I do want to just, as has come up several times tonight, I do think one of the things that we think would be really important is to have Sunday sales available, because we are serving medical patients and they are used to those hours, and we don't want to get rid of them. And we will, we are going through the same process as the other companies that you've heard tonight, and we would hope to have those included, whether it's via this legislation or if we do it through the regular process. I also wanted to just mention that we've been here for several years and have been a really strong member of the community, and I think that's true of all of the companies that are currently operating, and we just want to continue to do that. So thank you so much again. I hope that this legislation passes with an amendment to allow for Sunday sales. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes. Council.
Ms. Hunt?
Ms. Hunt?
I have a question for you. Information is your organization in the process of applying through the current?
We are, yes. We're on the agenda for the Planning and Zoning Committee meeting on the 24th.
And what are your are you currently operating on Sunday?
We do. Currently our hours are 10 to 7 on Sunday.
10 to 7?
Yeah, and our current operating hours, we looked at it, and I think we have 69 operating hours currently throughout the week. The current proposed language, I think, is 56 hours, so it's a pretty significant decrease in the number of hours that we operate. We're okay with, I'd be okay with some adjustment in that, but we'd love to be able to sell on Sunday.
And you know approximately how many medical patients you see come into your premises on Sunday?
I do not know that answer off the top of my head, but David, our store manager, is here, and he might know the answer. Can I ask him to come up and answer
Sure.
that question? Okay. I think you've met David Rice before. He runs our store here in Roswell.
Yes, please identify yourself and where you're from, please. Thank you for coming up.
Yes. Hello, my name is David Rice, 500 West Brasher, number 88, Roswell, New Mexico. And I would say on average on Sundays, we don't see, a super big amount of people coming in, but we do have quite a few, and right now with us being just medical, we do have quite a few people that do come in on Sundays. I would say, if you want to give it a number to it, I would say probably between 50 and 60 people a day on a Sunday. So
It's a large amount.
yes.
So
What percentage of those will be medical?
it's all medical.
That's all medical right
50
now.
or 60, all of it?
All medical right now. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Boston, could you come back up, please? I have the same question for you as well.
Discussing the same question with Andrew, our regional manager, and he said we average probably around 100
100
patients. on
medical
Sundays.
patients on
Yes, sir.
Sunday.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And our hours are 9 to 6 on
9 to 6 on Sunday. Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Opresa, did you wish to ask a question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't want to ask a question. I want to offer an amendment to the proposed ordinance 2207. So I move to amend proposed ordinance 2207 to restore original language in reference to on-site consumption and to strike out added language in reference to on-site consumption that we did in April the 14th of 2022 at the city council meeting. But more specifically, I want to restore language on the following sections of this ordinance that was removed, and also to remove language added to this ordinance by amendment on April the 14th. And the restoration language is on the following pages with the corresponding line numbers. On page 123, on line 25, there's a strikeout on on-site consumption. Line on page 124, to 124.
Councilman Opresa, could we, you're dealing with, if I understand you're right, you want to add back on-site consumption?
Yes, sir.
Well, can we get through dealing with the time before we start that? With that, is that, I don't want to.
Well, I didn't think we were addressing any specific issue.
No, there's not. That's right, but just these individuals we're talking about that. That's fine. So we will. I think you're correct. If you want to, then we'll abandon the time issue then until someone else makes a motion. I'm sorry for interrupting.
No, that's fine. On page 124, on line 5, 9, and 10, restore that language. On page 127, to 127 is item or line 8. Restore that language. On page 128, line 36. On page 129, on restored language on 18 and 19, and then on line 23 and 24. On page 130, line 9, restored that language. On page 132, line 8 and line 9. On page 133, restore language on line 7 and line 8. And then if we go back to page 128, this thing to work. On page 128, remove section 27-51D by striking out all language on line 1. And then on page 134, remove section 12 that appears on line 12. And remove section 12, which is Article 10, by striking out the entire language on line 11 and then renumbering accordingly. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, it's just been brought to my attention by the city clerk that we don't actually have a main motion pending yet. So I don't think you need to repeat the whole amendment again. I think we all remember it, but if we can get a main motion and then you can amend that,
Okay.
just for procedure.
The chair would entertain a motion to, no, are we on public hearing?
We're having the public hearing right now, but we don't have a motion to adopt.
Main motion, okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, that's on my line here, and out of respect to the system which we have, I make a motion that we adopt the ordinance amending Chapter 27 of the Roswell City Code relating to cannabis.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Okay, so now we're on that order of business amendment. So Councilor Presa, would you, we have your motion. We have heard your motion to strike the removal of everywhere where we have removed on premises consumption. You will strike that wherever it comes out in the bill. Would that be?
Yes, we're reinserting all references to on-site consumption and striking the language which would prohibit it, according to this amendment.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, it's a motion before us from Council Manor Presa. Is there a second? Is there a second to do that? Is there a second? Councilman Orpresa, your motion dies for a lack of a second. Thank you. Now we're back onto that order of business. Amendments to Ordinance 22.
I'm sorry, I have a question. I've been kind of torn, and that actually got away from me. On the on-site consumption, I think I'm kind of wondering if it's kind of getting confused with on-site smoking, like at the actual vending place versus like a lounge. Am I correct? Is there some confusion on that, or
All of that would be included in on-site consumption. So it could be a smoking area, or it could be, there's like food that you can, they can serve you food. There's all kinds of different ways to ingest it. It's any kind of if you on the place where they sell it to you, you take it there. That's an on-site consumption, or a cannabis consumption area is what the state legislation calls it.
That's right. So, Representative Corn, or excuse me, Councilman Corn, old habits die hard.
Old habits, Senator. Quick question, Mr. Parker. If you are one of these retail establishments, then you have to go back to the state to get an amendment to your license to do on-site consumption. Is that correct?
Yes. It's like an ancillary permit.
Okay. and then just because we put that that's a possibility, I don't have all that language in front of me, and I apologize, but they still, just putting it back in doesn't fix it.
So the way that our Chapter 27 sits today is that all of everything in here, it references on-site consumption as a possibility, and then Article 10, which would be reinserted under the amendment, is an on-site consumption permit. And so, like, let's say that you're a retailer and you've got you're running your business. Now you go to the state, you get a subsequent, I'm calling it an ancillary license because it kind of, you need to be a retailer first, and then you get that from the state. Then you would come back to the city and say, okay, I've got my cannabis consumption area permit from the state, and then I would seek my on-site consumption permit from the city. And that doesn't need to go through council or through planning and zoning. It's purely at the community development level. So if Councilor Orapace's amendment were to go through, all of that would come back. But if the amendment fails and this is adopted, then that goes away. And so even if you get an on-site consumption or a cannabis consumption area permit from the state, you would not be able to get one from the city.
Under his amendment, and the way it would be worded and in our ordinance, manner is still a question.
Yeah.
By just plugging that back in.
As this amendment plugs everything back in. So it would set back in place the process that was originally there, which is this idea of getting a on-site consumption permit would now be back in, because the amendment that you did last time took it out, right?
But time, we're going to discuss that, it sounds like, and manner is not fully addressed for on-site consumption if you just plug this back in.
Yes, as the original way that the amendment was drafted was that there would be operating times for retail establishments, and then we added, if you'll recall, we had added a section that said, and on-site consumption is subject to the same time constraints as general retail sales. But beyond that, the conditions of an on-site consumption permit are subject to the licensing department, which would be community development. So they could set times and different conditions of the permit.
Let me do some research here real quick.
Councilman, Council Lady Moore, please.
Question. Didn't we just say, since there wasn't a second, that we're done with their putting it back in or taking it? I don't know. We put it in, then we took it
amendment
out,
died
and then we
for
put it in.
lack of a second.
So then we're not talking about taking it out right now, right?
No, that amendment is dead.
But right now, because if this, and I think the gentleman just said it too, that right now there's no thing for the state that says this on-site is permitted right now, right?
There is, well, I think, and I won't speak for him, but my understanding of this situation right now is that you can obtain a cannabis consumption area permit from the state, but we don't have any applicants right now that are seeking that in the city of Roswell, to my knowledge.
If that happened, according to the way that we have it now, that they can't, that's what you just said, right? That they can't, according to the way it's written right now.
Okay, so there's two things we're talking about here. One is the Chapter 27 as it sits today. Under Chapter 27 as it sits today, they can apply for an on-site consumption permit. If you pass this ordinance amending Chapter 27, that would no longer be available to them.
Okay. Councilman Orpressa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I should have been more direct with the amendment, and I think there's a misconception as to why the amendment was made. And so for a matter of clarification, the amendment was not to include on-site consumption to the established medical establishments that are in place right now. The reason that I made the amendment is because I believe that an individual that would like to come in and open a lounge or a restaurant or whatever you want to call it for on-site consumption, I think we are being discriminatory to those individuals if we forbid them from being able to operate in the community. I understand that we do have the power to determine the time and of operations and the location of operations, but by no means was my amendment suggesting that the established medical establishments right now would be allowed to have on-site consumption. And so I offer that as a clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I may just say this, one of the very first things I learned, and I noticed we have Mayor Journey here with us on a totally different item tonight, but many of us went down to Las Cruces for training when we were newly elected many years ago. One of the very first classes that we took down there taught us that there are two very important words that are used in verbiage in state statutes and also within city ordinances, and that is the words may and the word shall. When the word shall is used, that means under no circumstances are you to change that. You shall do this. If the word may is used, it means you may or you may not. You get to make that choice. State statute and the Senate and the House was very specific in what the governor signed in their language, saying that we may allow the consumption facilities. With the use of the word may versus shall, that gives us the ability to determine if we may or may not. Thank you.
Council Lady Moore, please.
We're not hindering necessarily, we're not breaking any laws. I'm talking to Parker. By leaving that out, they're saying that we prohibit on-site consumption. We're not, yes, we have the power to with that word like me, so.
Okay, like I said last time, we're reading this statute and we're interpreting it a certain way. This has never been to court. We don't know what the judges will say in a case that comes before them. So I cannot tell you what the final outcome of that is. What I can tell you is sitting here today reading it, and I've got it up on your screen there, that's the section that addresses local authority. So a local jurisdiction may adopt time, place, and manner rules that are in conformity with the state laws, and may allow for the smoking, vaporizing, and ingesting of cannabis products within an indoor or outdoor cannabis consumption area if they restricted the access of people 21 and under, except for in cases of medicinal, and then that it's not placed within 300 feet of a school. So Councilor Perry's point, and I see the logic of what he's saying, if we may adopt time, place, and manner restrictions, but of course we don't have to, we could have done no restrictions whatsoever. Similarly, we may allow for this, but we don't have to, under that argument. Then the second section says a local jurisdiction shall not, okay, completely prohibit the operation of a licensee. Okay, that's subsection 2 there, right? Okay, so what we cannot do is say you cannot operate, right? And so if you read that with the previous section and the interpretation that Councilor Perry is advancing, a retail establishment can continue to sell retail. If we were to say we're not going to allow cannabis consumption areas in our jurisdiction, we are not completely prohibiting the operation. They can still do their retail sales. And I mean, I think the word completely there opens up a lot of that, because you'll see in other subsections, we shall not prohibit a person from producing homegrown cannabis, for example. When they want to say, you won't do this at all, they say, we shall not prohibit. But where they say, you shall not completely prohibit, that's a bit different, right? And so you read those together, and so we're not completely prohibiting it by restricting the operations by not allowing on-site consumption. So that would be that interpretation. Again, I'm not guaranteeing that that is the outcome that you could get when you went to court, but I think that that is a logical and reasonable interpretation of the statute, which of course is brand new, came out of legislature last year, and we're all reading it, and reasonable minds may come to different conclusions about exactly what it means.
Thank you, Councilman. Any further comments? Okay, Councilman Opresa, we are going to move on to the next motion that someone cares to make. Can we get a motion on the floor and then, because I'm sure this is yours about time? So then we'll get there. Councilman Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. I'd like to make a motion. I want to go back and do the little history. Would you give the history of the time, Mr. Patterson? I'm asking you a question for when we originally had this and to when we went to no Sunday sales. What were the original hours that were in the original ordinance for Sunday sales?
The original ordinance, Chapter 27, as it sits today, which the last time it was amended was in December, does not include hours of operation.
Okay.
Right. And the idea was that community development would develop those hours of operation specifically for each business in the conditional use permit. After I think probably in March and April, there was a question. It was I think at the April meeting, there was a question about hours of operation citywide. And so then staff came back with a proposal which went to the it first went to the special city council and special legal and special city council on the 25th, and is now before you. The original proposal was Sunday through Monday, and then having extended hours on Friday and Saturday. Then at the special city council meeting, there was the amendment, and at that point, the Sunday sales was taken out completely. So that was kind of how we got here. Okay.
Well, Mr. Mayor, councilors, I'd like to make a motion that we amend under section 27102, item K, item 3, that we amend the Sunday operating hours, remove it being closed on Sunday, and amend it to operating hours of 12 to 5.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Councilman Hildebrand to add the hours of 12 p.m. to 5 p.m. on Sunday, made by Councilman, seconded by Council Lady Arnold. Sorry. And so now we are on that for discussion. Is there any discussion? Councilman Moore.
Mr. Mavers, can you come up for a second, please?
You go to the microphone, please.
Okay, now we're talking time again. And I think one of the other guys had mentioned also about having it wasn't a floating time. What did you call it? Neighborhood? No, not home. Time, where you were saying based on community or something?
Again, this goes back to the CRA, the Cannabis Regulation Act, okay? And it is very specific that they adopt time, place, and manner rules that do not conflict with the Cannabis Regulation Act, D. Johnson Indoor Clear, including rules that reasonably limit the density of licenses and operating times consistent with neighborhood uses. Density of licenses, in other words, we can limit. There are some jurisdictions that actually that say, we're going to have no more than 5 dispensaries in our town, period. You reasonably limit the number of dispensaries based on an economic analysis and the needs of the community. You also have the ability to generate those operating times consistent with neighborhood uses. That's why the original ordinance did not specify operating hours. We wanted to allow the conditional use permit to specify operating hours that were consistent with surrounding land uses, were consistent with the neighborhood in that particular area. The other reason we didn't put anything in there is because different cannabis operations, different cannabis establishments have different hours of operation needs. Okay, and it doesn't say hours you're open, it says hours of operation. An indoor cannabis cultivation facility is operating 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They have different operating times, different operating requirements. Manufacturing facilities have different operating times, different operating requirements. So we were going to allow the conditional use permit based on the needs of the operator, whether it's retail, industrial, cultivation, and working with city staff to adopt those reasonable times that worked with the operator as well as were compatible with surrounding neighborhood uses. That's why we intentionally chose not to put operating hours in the original ordinance.
Businesses that are open, the additional times would benefit them more because they can be open more, correct, than setting the hours.
Again, this is it all depends on how would it potentially allow them to be open more hours. I don't believe we have any businesses, any current cannabis operations that are open as often as you all are talking about right now. They've all limited themselves, of course, based on the market dynamics of where they happen to be in the city. Some are open a little longer, some are open. I know that the first one you approved this evening, the one for Pecos Valley Production, they actually have some of the shortest operating hours in the city. They're closed on Sunday. They have relatively short operating hours Monday through Thursday, and they close relatively early on Friday and Saturday compared to what's being offered right now. They self-limit.
I wanted to, I don't know if it would be a change the motion or amend the motion, because I would like to go back to that community thing with it. Where it is based on the time. How do we get back to there? How do I get back to there, Mr. Clerk?
Well, I guess a couple things. So if the hours of operation is set here, like let's say for example, this passes, what it does is it kind of sets the outer limits, right? He would still have the ability in a conditional use permit to require less hours of operation than what's in here. They would kind of set the outer limits. But if you want to go back to the status quo of what's in Chapter 27 right now, which is that it would be purely up to the particular location and the discussion between community development and the operator, you would want to strike subsection K entirely. And then it would just go back because there would be no operating hours. That would be a different amendment because now we have on the floor an amendment to change them.
Ma'am, on that, I think, Mr. Parker, if there is nothing in this ordinance that prohibits Walgreens from having a license, is there? Is there anything there that stops a Walgreens from having sales?
If Walgreens got a cannabis consumption permit from the state and then came to community development and asked and went through this process, then Walgreens could presumably sell retail cannabis, yes.
And
Mayor.
And that would, all I'm trying to point out is if they had that, you would be open to, if you had your neighborhood areas of sales, they could be open, they could be selling in their neighborhood. They're open from 8 to 8 or 8 to 10 when they sell alcohol and drugs.
Well, you can't sell alcohol and cannabis in the same location, so that they'd have a problem there.
So you can't?
No.
Oh, okay.
But to your point, this says retail sales of cannabis shall be permitted only during the following hours, and then it lists the hours. So
yeah.
You could have a situation like the way that alcohol used to be, where Albertsons would be open, they just would, put a barrier up and you couldn't go back and do the beer and wine or whatever. You could do a business that was doing multiple things, could do something like that.
Yeah. And I'm just saying it would, then all their neighborhoods open from 8 to 8 or 8 to 12. And I would think, as far as our neighborhood being next door, just however you decide it, I'm just saying that's why I think there's some benefits to the hours.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make something very clear for the benefit of the council so that we're all on the same page here. There is no such thing as a standalone cannabis consumption area permit. There's no such thing. You cannot go to the state, you cannot come to the city and just get a permit for cannabis consumption. You must have something to sell. In other words, the cannabis consumption permit is ancillary to the retail permit. Okay? You must have the cannabis retail license before you can have a cannabis consumption permit. Okay? They work together side by side, but you cannot have the consumption permit without having something to sell. So if you're going to build a restaurant or a bar or a lounge or any of those other things, you first must apply to the state for their retail license to provide cannabis. Then you comply with the local ordinance, and in fact, the way we've written our ordinance, the issuance of the consumption permit is done by the city manager. It's done at the staff level, but only after you've been permitted for the retail sales.
Okay. Yes, Councilman Perry.
Concerning the amendment on the table, I just want to clarify with Walgreens or CVS, they could not, primarily because they are regulated by the federal government, not by the state nor by the municipality, and the federal government still considers marijuana a Class 4 narcotic. And it is so everything at Walgreens has to be administered by a physician, by a pharmacist who is regulated by the federal government, so that's sort of an apples and oranges comparison there. Just want to clarify that.
Okay. Okay, we're back on, the motion on the floor now is to add, I guess it'd be on page 133, lines 32, to remove the closed on Sunday and put Sunday sales from 12 p.m. to 5 p.m. Is I see it. Is there any further discussion? So we have a motion on the floor is made and seconded. So if there's no, if the clerk could call the roll.
Counselor Corn? Counselor Arnold?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
No.
Counselor Oropesa?
Yes.
Counselor Corn Best?
No.
Counselor Perry? Counselor Moore?
No.
Counselor Halverson?
Yes.
Counselor Heldenbrand?
Yes.
I have,
4-4.
well, my screen doesn't work, but I have five, the most passes 5-4.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
Well, now it's back up. Wonder what happened to it. Okay. So now we're back on the, we're back on the original, bill. If we, ordinance number 22, 22 dash, whatever it is, 22-07. Is there seeing any further debate? Councilman Perry.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I just want to recognize a couple of things. Number one, we just had 2 businesses that were just successful to get their license, their permit, and as far as I know, will be probably open for business tomorrow. Could be. So I think that it shows the system works. I have the gentleman that's here with Ultra Health. I really appreciated your testimony to us. He said that out of all of the cities and all these governments that are putting things together, all are very similar. But then he said, and I quote, Roswell's is very extensive and meaningful. And this is not a quote, but he said something to the effect of, you have taken great time to understand this industry. And then he said, I quote, I think that is in your best interest. So we have 2 facilities that have said, council, we want to do good business in this community and we want to do it right. and they went through the process. The testimony was given that working with Mr. Mavers and his department was very beneficial, and they were able to work through the process. Testimony's been given that we have, I believe, one, if not two, or maybe three more coming to planning and zoning coming up soon. The process is working. So I don't understand why we're wanting, because what this does is undoes the process that we've just proven as a council works. I just don't understand that. Therefore, now that we see that we have something that does not prohibit this industry from working, and have been willing to go underneath the conditions that have been placed, and the process seemed to have worked very well, I'm going to urge the council to consider staying with what we have that's working right now. I yield.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion on the floor, so we need to have, if the clerk would call the roll on passage of ordinance 22-07.
Counselor Corn? Counselor Arnold?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez? Counselor Oropesa?
No.
Counselor Corn Best?
No.
Counselor Perry?
No, and if you'll please forgive me, I may have hit the wrong button, but my vote is...
Okay. Counselor Moore? No. Counselor Halverson?
Yes.
Counselor Hildenbrand?
Yes.
Four to five, and the motion fails.
Okay, the item 22-07 fails. So we go to item, well, would you like to take a 5-minute break since we took 6 minutes? Okay, we will come back in about probably 10 minutes, if that's all right, if we can, and see where we can get today. Now, they might not be open tomorrow. Well, we might not get through here. We might not get through here. Duke, it's nice to see you. See? Tell Carolyn I. Yes, ma'am. I'm in a council meeting, but we're on a break to go to the potty, but it's okay. Go ahead. You know,
Much nicer.
okay, well, let's kind of start gathering back. Should I say everyone's here but Councilor Moore because she was the last one to go? Stir the pot. You know, we really need to start meeting at 4 o'clock or something, or
Start at 3.
3.
Jason, I'm calling.
Well, give us a little bit, because we can get through it quick. No, don't beat, we all gotta get done. Okay. Everybody back? Next item on the agenda is item 5. Please keep it as short as possible so we can get through as much as we can tonight. So, proposed ordinance number 22-05 for industrial revenue bonds for Admiral Brettles. Councilman Hildebrand.
Mr. Mayor and councilors, I move that we hold a public hearing on proposed ordinance 22-05 issuing an industrial revenue bond for Admiral Beverage.
Have a motion. Is there a second?
I have a second, but if I could, the motion to approve. Is that it, or is it just a motion just for the public hearing?
It's a motion for the
Public hearing. We have a motion for a public hearing by Councilman Hildebrand. We have a second by Councilman Perry. Mr. Peterson?
I won't say a lot because I know a lot of you have already seen these presentations before. I just want to cover a couple things. One, since the last time you heard of this, it came back to Finance Committee, and at the Finance Committee meeting, Finance referred this back without a recommendation, but they did propose an amendment which would change the term of the bond from 30 years to 15 years. In other words, the upshot of that would be for the city that the property would return back onto the tax rolls in half the amount of time, which would be a benefit to the city. In discussions with Admiral Beverage, they find this acceptable. However, I would suggest that whatever you adopt, you clarify which one you want, that you're going for the 15 years that was recommended or amended by Finance Committee, just to be clear what we're adopting today. And the other thing I would like to say, Mr. Kelton has kindly reminded me that in the ordinance itself, all of the bond documents are actually attached as exhibits, and he suggested, and I agree with him, that you can approve all the documents when you adopt the ordinance. And so we don't need to do all those other bond documents. We can skip over them because you approve them when you adopt the ordinance. So that should speed us up a little bit. That being said, Mr. Kelton is here, so is Mr. Hartnett from Admiral Beverage, and I think they would have taken the time to come here from Albuquerque, and they would like to say a few words, so I'll turn it over to them.
Mr. Holt? Please identify yourselves and where you're from. When you speak, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, councilors. My name is Peter Kelton. I'm an attorney with the Rohde Law Firm. My address is 10428 Rosefinch Drive, in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Thank you all for having us here this evening. Greatly appreciate it. With me today are Keith Hartnett and Robert Leva of Admiral Beverage Corporation. They're here to help as well in providing information specifically related to the project. Before you today is an ordinance authorizing the issuance of $9 million of industrial revenue bonds. I have a few slides. Some of these will likely be familiar to those of you who are on the legal committee and the finance committee. But these basically walk through the mechanics of industrial revenue bonds. These are economic development tools that are used throughout the state of New Mexico in many project development deals, such as the Netflix project in Albuquerque, Facebook's expansion and work in the village of Los Lunas, Intel's development in Sandoval County. All of those projects have the unifying link of industrial revenue bonds being used as economic incentives to foster those developments. Essentially what happens with industrial revenue bonds is that a municipality, either a city or a county or a government body of that sort of nature, will issue bonds for the benefit of the development, and as part of the transaction, the property to be developed is transferred from the developer to the city or county, as it would apply, which would then be leased back to the developer. What the developer would receive would be gross receipts, compensating, and property tax abatements and exemptions. And in exchange, the city or county would receive payments in lieu of taxes, or sort of a negotiated amount that would be paid instead of the developer paying the taxes that would ordinarily apply for that project. So in addition to the transfer of the real estate and associated project property to the city or county, there would be a lease back of the project property back to the developer, and there would also be an indenture, which is essentially a very fancy form of mortgage to secure the bonds, and there would also be a bond purchase agreement where an affiliate of the developer would purchase the bonds from the issuer. Now, while these are noted as bonds and there's a dollar amount associated with them, the issuer, or in this case you, would not be on the hook for any of that money. No money is actually being issued by the city of Roswell. Essentially, the dollar amount serves as a sort of estimate for the projected investment that the developer is going to make in the local area to build up the project site, to install equipment, construct the facilities, and really it serves as sort of a cap, if you will, for what purchases they can make that would receive the benefits of the gross receipts and compensating tax exemptions. So this particular project is located at 515 Brasher. The project will be located within the city of Roswell. Some of you may be familiar with the Leprino project, located just outside the city of Roswell. This one is actually going to be located within the city of Roswell. The project size is about $9 million, and the requested term of the bonds is going to be 15 years, or at least as amended by the Finance Committee's actions. So here are some pictures of the current project. And with that, I will turn it over to Keith Hartnett to speak a little bit about the project.
Thank you, Peter. My name is Keith Hartnett. I live at 214 Tornasol Lane Northeast in Albuquerque. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for for Admiral Beverages New Mexico Division, and with me is the General Manager for our operation here in Roswell, and he's worked for us, Robert, how long? 27 years. 27 years. Just a little bit, just some background on this. This is a 106,000 square foot property. We were moving from a facility of about 36,000 square feet because we ran out of room. And one of the attributes of our owner essentially is that if we're not growing, we're dying, and he's not going to die. And essentially means that, anticipation is it would continue to bring in more business, which means more employees. We anticipate upon the time that this building is open to add at least 7 more employees to that, most of which are going to be here in Roswell, if not more. Particularly if I can put an announcement, is anybody that's looking for a job, please give us a ring, please, because it is not very easy right now hiring people. The anticipated date of opening this facility is, we hope, is going to be at the end of June, but most likely it'll be in July. That's pretty much our presentation. Robert, do you have anything more you would like to add?
My name is Robert Leyva. I reside at 2402 Cornell Drive here in Roswell. I'd just like to add that in the last 20 years that I've been in Roswell, we've added at least 30 jobs to the city of Roswell. I anticipate adding more, at least 5, 6, or 7. But I also want to add, at a time where other companies and other beverage distributors are moving out of town, shutting their facilities, we are investing quite a bit to grow within the city of Roswell. So I'd like you guys to take that into consideration, Mr. Mayor and councilors. That's all I'd like to add.
Stand for questions.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, again, Mike Espiritu, Roswell, Chaves County, Economic Development, 950 College Avenue. We've been working with Admiral Beverage on this project for some time, right, Robert? And as you know, it was said earlier that, as Peter said, it is an economic development tool, one of the very few tools we have in Roswell to help businesses grow and expand. It's a pretty exciting project when you look at this facility in this picture, when you're coming into town to see a building like that and what it represents for our community. It's a pretty big deal. And as you know, their location on South Atkinson was a safety hazard. You know, a small building, a lot of traffic, and this will help them grow and expand and do good things. And I think they are in negotiations with the possible buyer with that old property on Atkinson already, right? To some degree. But so I think in that regard, one of the areas that often isn't spoken about too much is the impact they have on our community. You know, for some time they've been here in Roswell, and the number of activities that they're involved with, putting back and giving back to our citizens is really quite profound. You know, they sponsor a big event at the zoo every year at the Spring River Zoo. They help with the Elks Charity Golf Tournament, the NIMI Generals Cup, American Legion. I mean, just lots of golf tournaments. I think there must be associated with beverages to some degree. But they do also a lot of non-alcohol events, and I think that's great. And they do provide such a great contribution to our community. They have about 65 or so employees. Is that right, Robert? 71 right now. So they're going to add to that. And I really truly believe that this will help set the stage for potential growth for this company in the future. I urge you to give this strong consideration like you have in the past with Leprino. They have sharpened their pencil Mr. Mayor, Councilman Hildebrand a little bit, to 15 years. You know where we were started from. And I really truly believe that they'll not miss a mark and do the things they've said they would do to support our community and the people that live here. Thank you.
At the brew at the zoo, we were the only supplier there. We donated all the kegs to the event. We had 4 draft trailers. All of our suppliers all showed up. Not a single penny was charged for the event. So all the money raised through that event, all the product there served the alcohol beverages. were served.
Just pull that up so you can hear you.
I'm sorry. All the beverages or all the beer served there was our beer that we donated to the event. Thank you. That's all.
Okay. Did you hear which event it was?
The Brew at the Zoo event that just took
Okay,
place
thank you.
2 weeks ago.
Okay. Thank you. Yes.
Question. The part on most of them, I don't know if this is for Mr. Parker. The part where they give back to the schools and that percentage, or is there a number in this one like there was in the one for Leprino, where there's a give back to the city or to the schools or something? Is there that in this agreement too? How about Mr. Parker?
Excuse me.
Attack is it whatever like
I'm sorry, I missed that one.
It's only 9:30.
Yeah, it's right here. It was just up. It went away, but it was up a minute ago.
I didn't remember seeing it.
Your contributions.
Okay.
Councilor Moore, I have the slide on the.
I'm looking
the
at it
screen.
now.
Okay.
Yeah, this does to the city, but she was asking about the school, and I thought I just saw one where you gave some money to the schools.
The district
Part of
is
that
the.
city.
The district refers to this RISD.
Oh, okay, that's the district. Okay.
And then the specific terms of the payments in lieu of taxes would be included in the lease. I'm not sure if copies of the lease agreement, bond purchase agreement, and indenture are at your fingertips, but I do have copies in case those would be helpful.
Question, Councilman Perry.
Very, very, very quickly, page 154, which is page 5 of the ordinance section there, in section number 4. I'm not a lawyer and I do not play one on TV. So if you can just explains the bonds shall bear interest at a rate not to exceed the maximum rate permitted by law and shall have the final stated maturity of not more than 30 years from the date of issuance from the bond.
Mayor, Councilor, the way that is written is just to create a cap on the total number of years. That's not meant to be the number of years for the bonds.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Chair, Councilman Hildebrand, or who? Nope. Would anyone care to make a motion?
It is public hearing. I'm sorry.
Oh, just a public hearing, okay.
Public hearing.
Is there any further discussion? Okay.
Mr. Espirito, we talked about this in our meeting the other day, but some of the things that are important that people need to understand are, I think, at least hear from you all, the value that you do contribute to this community beyond just having an establishment. And if you go through the whole list of what was supplied to us, I don't know whether some of you have seen that list, but all these different organizations that Admiral Beverage does supply liquid drinks, whatever they're alcohol or non-alcohol, signage, and those kind of things, which really don't have a price tag. But I would hope that you would continue to be that good corporate citizen no matter what happens here, because it's truly appreciated in what you do to help out some of these organizations in our community. So I want to thank you for that.
Any further comments? Okay. So thank you. Then we'll go down to we go down to item,
Ma-
need to go.
Mr. Mayor, it being a public,
Hearing, is there,
we have to allow for folks to, if anyone does.
no one had signed up? Well, is there anyone who would care to say anything on behalf of this item, ordinance number 22-05? They were all signed up. So that's all that signed up. So there being no further discussion.
So the motion was to hold a public meeting, so now we would need a motion to approve or to reject the proposal.
We need a motion to adopt.
Okay, is there a motion on the floor? Does anyone care to make a motion to,
Motion, go ahead.
pardon?
Motion to approve the ordinance, right, 2205, for issuing the industrial net revenue bonds for Admiral Beverage Corporation.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilman Moore, second by Councilman Perry. Probably ought to have a roll call vote, I guess. Or can we do a voice vote?
To roll call.
Roll call? You have a roll call vote. Please vote.
Counselor Corn? Counselor Arnold?
No.
Counselor Sanchez? Thank you. Counselor Oropesa?
Yes.
Counselor Corn Best?
Yes.
Counselor Perry?
Yes.
Counselor Moore?
Yes.
Counselor Halverson?
Yes.
Counselor Hildenbrand?
Yes.
Motion passes.
By a vote of 8 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, this motion, this proposed ordinance number 22-05 is passed. Isn't that correct? So, okay, so now that means I believe we can do away with items 10. Is that right? Isn't that?
We're approved that.
The indenture.
We can do, no, that, I mean, I'm just looking at actions down on number 10. Or 10 through,
11.
10 through 12. We don't
Yes.
need those now, is that, if I'm right?
In adopting the ordinance, you approved all the documents along
That's
with
right.
it, so we
So-
don't need to separately approve them, I agree.
Okay, well, if we could get, okay. Moving right along, then we'll go to, thank you very much. Item number 6, consider approval for the revised scope of work on the second posting for fire apparatus preventive maintenance.
Mayor, that's
It's
a
a
consent
consent.
item.
They were already approved in the consent.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
16.
Okay, item 13. We have a motion to consider the lease agreement with Working Mother's Day Nursery. Councilman Hildebrand. Former Mel Journey.
Mr. Mayor and councilors, I move that we consider recommending the approval of a lease agreement with Working Mother's Day Nursery.
We have a motion and a second. Council, Mayor Journey, would you care to?
Excuse me, Mayor, who was the second?
The second was by Councilman Moore.
Thank you.
Sorry. Mayor Journey, would you care to make a statement
I would.
as quick as possible?
I'm going to cut the fluff. My name is Dale Journey. I live at 406 North Kentucky Avenue here in Roswell. I'm here to answer any questions that you might have, but first I want to make sure that you understand that we've had an agreement with the city since 2006. At that point, Working Mother's Day Nursery became a program under the umbrella of Family Resource and Referral. And so we've had that agreement. It was pretty seamless until February of 2019 when our term came to conclusion. I took the information over to the City Clerk at that time and requested an opportunity to speak on extending it. I was told that that would take place, and it never did. I think we just got lost in the shuffle someplace. Then, while longer COVID hit, and it really kind of put things in a bad situation. So, in total openness, we have not had an agreement since February of 2019. However, we have continued to work in good faith. We have done the due diligence that you have required of us during that period of time. I believe it's a mutual dysfunction that took place that it was never resolved. So I'm hoping that will not create a problem. However, I mention that because here in a minute we're going to talk about how we are acknowledging that within the new lease that hopefully you will approve. Two things I want to do before. I'm sorry.
I don't think this has been to the committee, and I don't know that you have to go through all of it.
Okay.
Let
me cover it then.
Otherwise, people are going to go home in a minute, and we're going to have a lot of stuff left to do. Yeah.
But Mr. Mayor,
just do it quick.
I thought about this for
quick.
I'm just kidding. So what I want you to do is please to look at the whereases on the agreement, and I just want to point out where we acknowledged that particular issue. And it's on the second page, the second one down. It says, whereas Family Resource and Referral Working Mother's Day Nursery has operated the Child Development Center in good faith through the term of the above referenced addendum to the execution of this lease agreement. It is understood that a lapse in time of the lease existed from February 28, 2019 to the present as a result of the mandates that affected normal business standards due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The parties acknowledge that the lease was in no way adversely affected by the lapse in renewal. That was something that was presented to legal. I think legal approved it, and I just wanted to make sure that you were aware of it. And I'm sorry that you don't get to hear the rest of my presentation because it is good. Are there any questions?
Councilman Corn.
Better be careful, he'll talk it to death.
I know. Did you want to make a motion?
Yeah, I move that well, actually, I'll yield to my chairman of the legal committee. I think that's where we discussed it.
Okay, we'll just second and go.
I'll second it if you don't have one.
Okay, all right. Okay. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
It'll be a voice vote.
Voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. By a vote of 9 in the affirmative, none in the negative, you pass. You almost killed it. You almost talked it to death. Item number 14, the approval, Councilman Hildebrand for approval of 5x5's services lease at the airport. Councilman Hildebrand.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, I move that we consider recommending approval to authorize 5x5 Services LLC to enter into a lease for airport operational land.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second by Councilman Hartle. Is there any discussion? Seeing none. Is there anyone here to speak? Seeing none. What's the pleasure of the council? We have a motion to approve the lease. The second, no discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? By a vote of 9 in the affirmative, none in the negative, item 14 is passed. Item 15, it's a consider of approval of, to authorize entering into a lease with Aero Design Services LLC for a portion of Building 1000. I assume that's at the airport.
That's correct.
So, and Councilman Hildebrand.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, I move that we consider recommending approval to authorize Aero Design Services LLC to enter a lease for a portion of Building 1000.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Council Hildebrand, second by Council Lady Arnold for to approve item number 15. Is there anybody in the audience scared to speak? Seeing none, pleasure of the council. Anybody care to speak? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll, or, excuse me, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Voting no. Any voting no? By a vote of 9 in the affirmative, none in the negative, item number 15 is passed. Okay, item number 16, resolutions. Resolution number 16, resolution 22-7. This is consider approving this resolution authorizing the disposal of certain properties. Councilman Corn.
Thank you, Mayor. We've, this is just kind of a cleanup item. We're gonna have, I think, mostly every month, unless we don't have any surplus property. I make a motion that we adopt, disposal of the listed items that you have in front of you.
We have a motion by
Second.
Councilman Corn, second by Councilman Perry. Is there anyone in the audience care to speak for it? Seeing anyone any councilman care to speak for or against it? Seeing none, we have a motion on the floor. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Mayor,
Opposed?
Mayor, it's a resolution and it's a roll call.
Oh, why'd you tell me after we vote?
She just stopped
Clerk will
quick.
call the roll. Or wait, you want to have them vote? Punch your buttons?
Please.
Everybody punch your buttons. Here's 8.
Counselor,
Need one, 9. By a vote of 9 in the affirmative,
Mayor, I need to call the roll.
it says right here.
Counselor Corn,
Yes.
Counselor Arnold,
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez,
Roll call, they have to hear you say yes or no. It's gonna hit me in a minute, it's not my fault.
I'm gonna hit you, and it is your fault.
thank you.
Guess
Counselor Oropesa,
Yes.
Counselor Corn Best,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Absolutely.
Counselor Moore, Counselor Halverson,
Yes.
Counselor Hildenbrand. Motion passes.
Resolution 22-28, consider the adoption of changes, fees, and fines for the library materials. Representative, or Councilman Corn.
Thank you, Mayor, Senator. Resolution 2228 is the request by the library to update their fines and fees, allow the public, Roswell Public Library to recover the cost of replacing library materials. I so move that this
We have a motion on the floor by Councilman Corr for the adoption, and a second by Councilman Arnold, Lady Arnold. Is there any discussion on the council? Any discussion by the councils? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Counselor Corn,
Yes.
Counselor Arnold,
Yes.
Counselor
You want me to
Sanchez,
punch this button, turn it on.
Counselor Foster, absent, Counselor Oropesa,
Yes.
Counselor Corn Best, Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Moore,
Yes.
Counselor Halverson,
Yes.
Counselor Hildenbrand.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, council, resolution number 22-29 is to consider to use the American Rescue Plan Act funds for customer utility assistance. Councilman Corn.
Counselor Corn, can you move up to the mic, please?
You just have to turn.
Turn it on. Somebody else wants me to turn it off. I wish you ladies would make up your mind. Mayor, I move that we adopt Resolution 2229.
28.
28. Oh, I've already checked that one. No, we just.
It's 29.
Oh, okay, 29.
Come on now. You just put
Oh,
a check
rescue
mark
plan.
by there and we're going to keep moving. Subject to amendment, debate, and substitution. I make so motion.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Council Lady.
Second.
Council Lady Arnold seconds it. To approve of using rescue plan monies for utilities. Anybody care to speak in favor of it? We're item 18. And Anybody?
Mayor, while
speak?
everybody's
Okay.
catching up, I'll give you a quick explanation. This is allocating $1.1 million, and there's some other numbers there. This is federal money coming in to pay delinquent water bills. That's what this is all about.
This will help our utilities fund. All right, seeing no further, Councilman Orpreso.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make sure that I understand this. The delinquent bills that are being paid out of the COVID money, is that for individuals that were hit with the COVID, or is that anybody that had a delinquent during that period of time, or?
Covers all the bases.
Mayor, City Council, it is during the COVID timeframe of March of 2020 through December of 2021, and it's the delinquent bills that are out there at that time. A lot of customers had 12 months worth, some had 15, but this one resolution is using the COVID money for that period of time for customers during the COVID timeframe.
But this only covers 12 months of the delinquent bills, right?
Right. This one does.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions of Ms. Davies? Okay. If the clerk could call the roll.
Counselor Corn?
Yes.
Counselor Arnold?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez? Counselor Oropesa?
Yes.
Counselor Corn Best? Yes. Counselor Perry?
Yes.
Counselor Moore?
Yes.
Counselor Halverson? Yes. Counselor Heldenbrand?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay. Next, we have Resolution 22-30. It's for approval for the resolution to use the American Rescue Plan money for lost revenues to cover pre-COVID delinquent bills and the arrears averages over 12 months. Councilman Corn.
Mayor, I now move that Resolution 2230, subject to debate, amendment, and substitution, to allocate $206,000 and some change for the periods of January 2018 to March 2020, and $118,000 and some change for the 12-month arrears allowance, and $91,000 for businesses. Question.
Yes. We have a motion on the floor by Councilman Corn,
I'll second
seconded
it.
by Council Arnold. Councilman Moore.
How did this one come about, and how many businesses does this affect? Are they having to apply, just random, anybody in the business city that owes any business, whether they suffered or not, whether they closed or not, or did this affect just business that had to shut down?
For the businesses, there's 114 businesses for 679 bills. And it's during the same time frame, so it's anything going from January of 2018 through December of 2021. To be fair, I didn't want to go in there and, look and see a business that is closed versus one that's not. I do have the information available for any of you that would like to see it. It's a big file, so I couldn't print them all out for you.
But is it a majority of businesses that were maybe closed during the COVID that weren't able to? I'm just saying, I'm just trying to struggle here.
Well, I can tell you one of them was Bell's, and it's out of business. I'd have to go and look at the list. I mean, total we're talking, for COVID households, there's 2,508 customers for 13,372 bills. The disallowed portion, so anybody over the 12 months, was 157 customers for 547 bills. The pre-COVID amounts was 1,428 customers for 1,508 bills, and then businesses was 114 businesses for 679. You're talking a lot of bills and a lot of accounts.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Orpreso.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, we received an email about a gentleman that had the water bill was extreme, and then there was an explanation that there were 3 months or 4 months that we did something that we didn't calculate his water bill correctly or something. Do you remember that? We got that from Joe.
Just a couple of days ago?
Yep.
Okay. I don't know exactly a good way of explaining it. Residential customers are charged their water bill.
Okay. What I'm going with this one is, was this gentleman not included on the last one that we just passed?
He could be if he has not paid his bill. If he's paid his bill, then no, he wouldn't be included in here.
Because it doesn't seem like he has paid his bill. Joe's email indicated we can work with this individual to get him up to speed without having to pay the entire bill all at once. So would he not be qualified?
And I can't remember the time frame of that. This only goes through December, so any bill that is outstanding from January to current are what we'll work with on payment plans.
If I remember that email, it dealt with 8 months, and I think what he said was he would give, the gentleman was 8 months in the rear, and he said he would give him 8 months to make up the 8 months. So he let him take pay an eighth off a month of what he owned, was what he said.
I'd have to go back and look at the email because I thought it was referring to how the sewer was calculated and that he felt his sewer price was too high.
Yeah, it had to do with the sewer bill more than the water bill, but do we include water, sewer,
yes,
trash all in the same bill?
Yes.
So this gentleman would not be eligible because it wasn't a water bill?
No, if he hasn't paid his bill, he's going to be in my list. I'd have to go back and look. What I remember of the email was that he was complaining that he felt his sewer bill was too high. When the system went live in December of 2020, the sewer rate was not calculated correctly. So most people in Roswell were not being charged the correct amount for their sewer rate because it's based on a winter quarter, so it's based on your December, January, and February bills. Those came up again just recently, so the new winter quarter calculated for December of 21, January and February of 22, and when people started receiving their bills, they were questioning whether it was accurate or not. So what we've done is showed them the calculation and how it works, and most of them understand, you know, that the rate last year was probably not right. But I'd have to look at his name to see if he's on the list.
I guess I'm confused with this particular gentleman. Would he benefit out of the federal money that was received by the city?
If he has not paid his bill, he will be one of them that will get this money applied to him.
Counselor, I think we're confusing two different things, one of which is arrearages and the other is the increase in the bill going forward. And I don't know whether this individual was saying that he had arrearages, but to the question of, you know, that he talked to, you know, billing and they said there was a miscalculation and the sudden increase in his monthly bill over compared in the past, this resolution doesn't have anything to do with that because that is prospective going forward. This only deals with arrearages back in time. So this resolution doesn't directly address to what I understood that gentleman's concern to be.
Okay, it doesn't, I mean, I'm still not clear as to why, if it happened during the COVID, timeframe.
The increase is happening now. It's because of because of the way that it was calculated. It wasn't quite correct. It wasn't calculated right last year, so the rates were wrong. Were too low last year. So when this year came around, they were higher than people expected, and that's what he's saying is why, compared to historical bills, why is my bill so high now? And so the explanation is that because of the way it was calculated last year versus this year, it caused the spike. But this resolution, talking about historical bills that haven't been paid, doesn't address those future increases.
Okay.
And I will go back and look at the email again and see who the customer is, and I can let you know whether he's on the list of this.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Seeing none, if the clerk, Councilman, Councilman Hildebrand.
Yeah, it concerns me on these businesses for $91,000 that were willing to take this money, that some of these businesses would have received the Paycheck Protection, and which should cover these kind of expenses. And so I question why we should use up $91,000 of this money. I know it's a use it or lose it portion of it, but $91,000 I don't think we'll lose, but would go to this. So I'm not in favor of allowing these businesses to walk away and the city cover these utility bills, because they did or could have received money from the federal government under the Paycheck Protection Program. So I am not in favor of covering those bills. So I would like to make a motion that we remove the delinquent utility bills for businesses totaling $91,706, and that the city uses measures to collect that money.
And we
These
can do
businesses
that.
are still in operation. It doesn't mean you can't come back later and tell us these businesses are closed, this is how much of that money we need. But if they're in business, no free pass.
And we can do that.
We have a motion and second. If they're not in business, though, can we go ahead and file for them? If they're not in business anymore because there's no place to get the money from.
We would need to come back with an additional resolution is all, because right now the motion is to strike all of it out for businesses, and then we could come back later and say, we've looked at this and now these are the ones that, a new resolution with that.
Still okay with the money.
Can I have a question, please?
Yes, sorry.
Councilor Hildebrand, when it says payroll payment protection, I have no clue. I don't do any of this. Does that mean that money was allocated strictly for payroll for these companies? No. Okay.
It was available for payroll, utilities, rent, health insurance. There were several items that the federal government allowed for that money to be used.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have a motion to lay this on the table, or just
We need a
just take out the businesses? Okay. Is there, we have an amendment to take out the amendments. Is there any further discussion? Take out businesses? Seeing none?
Mayor.
By a voice vote?
Mayor, we need a second.
Second.
Oh,
I'm sorry. Thank you.
It's friendly.
Juliana, I'm sorry, I forgot to announce it. Juliana seconded it. So, seeing no further discussion of a voice vote, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, now we're back on the amendment. Is what's the left?
Resolution 2230 as amended.
As amended. All the, the clerk will call the roll.
Counselor Corn?
Yes.
Counselor Arnold?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
Counselor Oropesa?
Yes.
Counselor Corn Best?
Yes.
Counselor Perry?
Yes.
Counselor Moore? Counselor Halverson?
Yes.
And Counselor Hildenbrand.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Resolution 22-31, recommend, authorizing this resolution 2231 authorizes the mayor to accept funding from the federal aviation on behalf of the city of Roswell. Councilman Hildebrand.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, I move the recommending of approval of Resolution 22-31, authorizing the mayor to accept funding assistance from the Federal Aviation Administration on behalf of the city of Roswell. Get lots of money, would you?
I'll second.
A motion and a second by Council Lady Arnold. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Counselor Corn?
Yes.
Counselor Arnold? Yes. Counselor Sanchez? Counselor Oropesa?
Yes.
Counselor Corn Best?
Yes.
Counselor Perry?
Yes.
Counselor Moore? Counselor Halverson?
Yes.
Counselor Hildebrand?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much. Surely I get 10% fee. Resolution 22-32, recommending the approval for the city manager to accept and extend grant agreements for funding assistance to New Mexico Aviation Division on behalf of the city of Roswell at the Air Center. Councilman Hildebrand.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, I move that we consider recommending approval to authorize the city manager to apply for and accept and execute grant agreements for funding assistance from the state of New Mexico Aviation Division on behalf of the city of Roswell for project development at the Roswell Air Center.
Second.
We have a motion and a second by Councilman Hildebrand, seconded by Councilman Perry. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Counselor Corn? Yes. Counselor Arnold?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez? Yes. Counselor Oropesa? Yes. Counselor Corn Best?
Yes.
Counselor Perry?
Yes.
Counselor Moore? Yes. Counselor Halverson?
Yes.
Counselor Hildebrand?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Item 21A is consider recommending offer selection for property on 928 Davidson Drive in Roswell for the approval. The benefits, as I recall, the benefits from this property go to I know we got to 27. They moved 21A to 27 earlier. And so we're on 21A is our agenda number, and it's item 27 in your book on page 582. And it's to allow the city to sell the property on 901 Davidson Drive, or advertise for the property sale.
Just really quickly, I just want to clarify, because the action requested there was not quite accurate. We're doing two steps here, and those of you who are legal will remember this. Where the first one is just to select the offer. There were like 6 or 7 offers. And then the second step, the second item after that, which is 27, is going to be authorizing to advertise the ordinance. And I'm sorry for that confusion. It was a misprint in the packet.
Okay, so this is 21A is to authorize the selection.
Yes, pick an offer.
Make an offer for item 22-32. Is there any questions? This is a property that was donated to the city on behalf of the library. And seeing none, we have a motion, Councilman Hildebrand.
I know we're running here, but I move that we consider recommending the offer of selection for, is that the right one?
Offer 6.
27, which is now 21A. Is that what we're
right.
on?
And staff is recommending offer number 6, which is the highest offer.
Yep. Whatever Mr. Patterson said, that's the motion.
Yes, sir.
Yes. So we have a offer and a motion by Councilman Hildebrand, a second by Councilman Horn. Seeing no further debate, The clerk will call the roll.
It's a voice vote.
All right, okay. Well, it still says resolution up there on that other one. Okay, voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so it's by 9 in the affirmative. Now do you want to go in? Okay, item 22, put forward an ordinance authorizing. Okay. Well, we had 21A was item 7, so.
Now we go to 22, right? 22.
Okay, 22, this is to advertise for a public hearing for the adoption, for the sale of the property that we just did on item 21A.
And just really quickly for your information, pursuant to state statute, if a real property is appraised over $25,000, there's a process we have to go through, including passage of an ordinance. So this is the first step, as authorizing it, and then when we get to the public hearing, we'll combine offer 6, which you've just agreed to accept, with the ordinance, and it'll all be a complete package at the hearing.
Okay, ordinance 22 dash, so we have a motion there. Councilman Hildebrand, would you please make a motion, please?
Yes.
Please
Mr.
hurry.
Mayor and Councilor, I move that we propose ordinance considering authorization to advertise for a public hearing to consider adoption of the proposed ordinance 22-08, authorizing the sale of real property located at 928 Davidson.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilman Hildebrand, seconded by Councilman Corn. Discussion. For those of you all who don't know, this individual was Tiger Greens, what he was known at. He worked at the Roswell Daily Record for, 30 years. He was a typesetter, and he left almost $330,000 or $25,000 to a couple organizations in town, and $125,000 or something like that to our Roswell Library. I would hope that our library will put a plaque on the wall thanking him, and maybe it might spur other people to give money to the library. I mean, the library people don't cost us much, and it's the least we could do. But Tiger was a very generous man. He was self-made from Missouri, and he came here, and I know because he gave some money to the Elks Club and the Eagles. And I would just tell you that he was a very, very generous man. So there's a name to it about who did this, and he was a guy that worked at the paper and worked his tail off and worked for a long time. Okay. All those, is there any further statements? Okay, do you want a voice vote? Okay, now. So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? If it would have been tied, I would have broke it. Okay, now we go to item 23. Consider the adoption of a collection of development policy for the Roswell Public Library. Collection development policy.
Mayor,
Is there? Yes, Councilman Orpreston.
on the recommendation of the General Services Committee, I move for approval of the adoption of the Collection Development Policy LB 003 for the Roswell Public Library.
Second.
It's a motion by Councilman Orpreston, second by Council Lady Moore. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The vote's 9-0. Item 24, to consider the following appointments for recommended by the mayor. I would like to recommend that we approve Ms. Jeannie Davies, Janie Davies as our city treasurer. I've watched this lady work, and I think she's extremely competent. I've been impressed by her, and I don't have a problem putting my faith in watching her work and what she's done.
Mr. Mayor, I gladly make the recommendation that the council adopt and approve your recommendation to appoint Janie Davies as the city treasurer.
We have a motion by Councilman Perry and a second by Councilman Best. Is there any further discussion? Now, if we do this, really, we shouldn't have everybody explaining their votes. We ought to just either vote for. What you think? All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Congratulations, Ms. Davies. Thank you very much for your diligent work. Zoning case number 22-009. Consider, excuse me, I'm sorry, 28. Public participation.
Mr.
Is there any
Mayor.
public left that wishes to participate? Yes. We already did 24, didn't we? Oh, we'll do those. I'll pull those. We're gonna do those at another time.
Mr. Mr. Mayor, I think we sort of may have messed up on our procedures last time. If a agenda is approved, time to pull things from the agenda would be to make motions to amend the agenda before. If it's approved by the council, then the council would need to not table, but what's it called? I'm tired.
Postpone.
If that is the desire, I guess I just would like to have some clarification as to when we would move forward with these, because I guess I'm just a little concerned of what happens if someone does decide to push this with the state, seeing that the statute is very clear that we shall make these confirmations at the last meeting. So I just would like some clarification, and let the council choose if we're moving forward on this.
Councilman Perry, I've asked for an Attorney General's opinion on what has been happening. I don't believe that it's possible, or I don't believe it's probable that the city manager can change the scope of the salary and the salary level and all that with the clerk without the approval of the body. I've asked the Attorney General for an opinion, and they have not gotten back to me yet. It should be here within a week or two, and and I would look forward with going forth with that, because under the last mayor, the city clerk was paid a larger salary than I was able to ascertain. In fact, I was told I couldn't go that high. Why is it good for one mayor and not another mayor to pick a person that like caliber? In fact, I was going to pick the same one he had, was good enough for this body for 10 years, and all of a sudden you tell me that she can't do it. She's only worth a little bit less. Is that because I'm here and because I won, or why is that? I think that those are all questions that I think were unfair, and I've asked for an Attorney General's opinion, and so I had to get a representative to get that done. I don't have an attorney that represents us on the city that I think is not biased, because he was hired by the opposing view, and so I think I'm well within my rights to ask for an Attorney General's opinion about where I be. I mean, is it why can you change a salary level and salary rating for somebody who was there, who was an appointed person of the court, appointed by the last mayor, and yet when it comes to me, you change everything for me? That's bull.
Mr. Mayor, I think that we're getting into dangerous territories of HR breachments by information that we're sharing right now, and it's late. I don't know that I necessarily want to go into closed session to look at that. I think that I'm more than willing to entertain that if it's a month that is being requested, that this council could vote, I believe, if I'm correct, to postpone this to the next meeting. But my concern is that the statute's very clear, and that's just what I'm concerned about, is on our timeline.
The statute does say that the mayor shall submit the names. That said, if he doesn't submit the name, it just rolls over for another month.
Correct. So I'm more than willing to make that motion that we postpone this to the next month, but I think it would have to be a motion from the body because the agenda's already been approved. And on the police officer as well, I had a question on that one. I didn't realize we wouldn't be voting on a police officer tonight, or maybe we are and I just missed that. I apologize.
Nope. I was gonna hold both of them over.
Okay.
And, you know, I don't mind doing it, but I think that I ought to have the same rights and considerations. I don't think I got it. Thank you.
Mayor, I move we adjourn. That takes precedence.
Yes.
Can you speak into your mic,
Sorry.
please?
My question is, if you weren't going to address it, wouldn't it have been at the beginning when we were accepting the agenda to remove those? That's my I'm just trying to get an understand. When we approved the agenda, we approved it with these on it. So when we did approve it, Mayor, I'm just asking why we didn't take those off before we approved the agenda. That's my only question. Is that how it's normally, like if we're not gonna handle something that's on the agenda, before we vote on the agenda, don't we normally take it off?
Well,
Yes.
I believe, yes, maybe I should have done that. I might have made a mistake, but it also said, I think that if you don't appoint one, I think it does roll over to the next meeting.
Mr. Mayor, I would be more than willing to make a motion that we postpone the appointments of city clerk and of police officer until the next regular city council meeting.
That's fine, thank you.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So the motion passes. Okay, thank you. Now what are we back to? Public participation. Is there anyone who cares to speak? I don't think there's anybody left. So, okay, so I guess a motion to adjourn is in order. Is there anything else we need to do? Seeing, wouldn't someone care to make a motion to adjourn? Oh, you did? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you all very much. Thank you all for being here.